Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I'm your host, Lorerun. For you I stray! That's right, that was a twofer. See that? My God, what happened to these poor men? I don't understand what could have possibly happened here. It is truly a horrible thing to come to pass. Hey, you, take some money. Take some money. Take my money! Worth it! He wouldn't take my money. I was just trying to give him money. Jesus. Take the bribe or die. Doesn't sound like that complicated of a concept. Like this guy. Unfortunately, there is no difference, Volcanto. Secretly, I am the Loreruner. As they say. So, I do have a couple other topics I want to talk about. We're about to do a Templar area. Hey, a feather. So, as we do this Templar area, I was hoping we could discuss that. I know, right, Dakota? Ezio did not kill civilians. You sure? Pretty sure. Whoop. Nah, Malachor makes perfect sense, really. I mean, if you think about it, all these people are very stupid. See that guy? He was stupid. Look at this sop. You know how stupid he is? He doesn't even deserve a... I don't want that. He doesn't even deserve a proper funeral. Come on, buddy. Let's go. Let's go. There we go. That's his funeral. Here lies Dumbface. He was stupid. You know, one thing that is actually nice about this entire lore run is for the first time in an extraordinarily long period of time, I'm not really in that much of a hurry, so I don't have to rush through the game as quickly as possible. I mean, you'll notice we basically haven't cheated. In fact, the only cheat I did was for the villa, and I only did that so you could see the villa at full, completion. That's it. Although this will, of course, lead to failures later on, but whatever. Hopefully this will silence the "you cheat too much" crowd at least a little bit. And yes, I say that screechingly on purpose. I'm sorry, I just... Most of the "you cheat too much" crowd is not well-reasoned in their opinion. I've had, I think, 3 people giving me a well-reasoned, modulated response of, I don't like it that you cheat in your games, and here's why. And those 3 people are cool. Enter the shipyard. Do I have to? Oh, I know, Hazardous. I know. I really do. Now, so since we're here, I can talk a little bit about the modern stuff, because I was going to talk about the modern stuff. Oh, I know, right, Muad'Dib? Anyways, moving on. So one of the things that always actually bothered me about the modern story is the fact that the Templars have completely won. To the point where the Templars are, like, absolutely dominant. In fact, it could be argued that the last time the Assassins had any actual significant impact on the world stage was during World War II when they successfully assassinated Hitler. Now, I know what you're about to say. Well, hang on. What about Al Gore? And, I think it's Obama. I want to say it's Obama. We're going to rebuild all of it. We will make Rome great again. Nah, I'm probably not going to rebuild much of it, if I'm being honest. Excuse me. Yeah, come here, real quick. Don't want anyone to see your corpse. Bye. I'm pretty sure Obama was an assassin. Oh, he was a Templar? My bad. Okay, so never mind. I am right. So Al Gore is technically the most modern assassin thing, and they failed at that. In other words, the assassins are losing on a grand scale. Now, from a storytelling perspective, from the perspective of the original intended story arc, which I've talked about many times, the idea that the assassins are actively losing makes a degree of sense. Because the whole point is that, you're the underdog. I don't look familiar. What are you talking about? Nothing here. Okay. But the problem is, as I've mentioned before, one of the things they did when they decided to completely retcon the story and go into different directions is they changed the tone of the modern stuff. In this actual game, Assassin's Creed 2, there's a bit where you could talk to several of the people in the modern stuff where they talk about how the assassins are all different cells at this point, and each one of them doesn't really connect with each other or coordinate with each other because it's just too risky to do so, because there's just that much of an overwhelming presence of the Templars across the world. That is the level and extent of control that the Templars have. It's crazy, right? No. One of the other things that's mentioned is that those cells have been slowly tracked down and wiped out one by one. So, in both ways, the assassins are dying out and the Templars have already won. Now, all of this makes sense when you consider the original intended story arc, which was, Desmond the super assassin, because then you basically have added a super weapon to the assassin cause, and now they have the ability to stand up and actually do something against the Templars, who have the advantage of the rest of the world. When you have an individual who's a super assassin who can time travel, yeah, you're probably going to win that conflict. Then they kind of changed their minds on that. In later games, the assassins just sort of all of a sudden have access to a lot of resources and personnel that aren't even really mentioned in the original stuff. That probably, let's be honest with ourselves, shouldn't have even existed in the original continuity. Nowhere is this more apparent in the recent stuff, but, well, to give you another example of what I'm talking about, Daniel Cross. I actually don't know where it wants me to go next. I guess I could try over there? Oh, right, I got distracted by getting spotted, that's why. Hello, Salty Panda Bear. No, okay, sure, that's cool, too. Well, maybe we could try from here. Anything? There we go. There we go. So... Daniel Cross was actually... Oh, geez, how do I even start with him? He's a mess. Warren Vidic basically ruined any chances that man ever had of being a reasonable and decent human being by effectively reprogramming him and experimenting on him and turning him into, his own pet little project.
You have no business up here, Borgia.
You're right, of course. I'm terribly sorry. Please forgive me for intruding. Forgive me? We're cool? We're cool.
He's a nothing.
Yeah, Cross was young when Vidic took him in. Then Cross ended up joining the Assassins. And Cross was a very regular member of the Assassins. In fact, he was one of the higher-placed Assassins for quite some time. So highly placed that he was even able to meet the Mentor. Now, I could be wrong about this, but last I checked, the Mentor that I'm referencing here is the last Mentor the Assassins ever had. That no one ever really officially or formally took up the title after this point in time. Why is that relevant? Well, because Daniel Cross killed that Mentor. Nope. Okay. So over here then. So that was... Now this, of course, makes more sense when you consider everything I was talking about earlier. The Assassins being barely capable of keeping up with the Templars. Over you go. Because the idea here is that the Assassins quite literally don't even have leadership at this point in time. Never mind the fact that, cells are going dark, resources are scant, and most people are either not Templar, or excuse me, not Assassins and not Templars, but don't really want to actually, be a part of the fight. that most people aren't willing to take up the cause, especially in the modern era. Because let's be honest with ourselves, if someone walked up to you in real life right now and said, hey, so there's this secret order that has been controlling all of humanity for many times, and they've been winning this war, but we need people who are willing to join our brotherhood in order to rise up against them and stop them. Will you join us? What would be your answer to that? Because I'll go and tell you what my answer would be. Because I'll tell you what I'd be thinking. My thinking would be, uh-huh. I wouldn't believe them. How could I possibly believe them? Never mind the fact that they're basically asking me to join a losing cause, excuse me, a lost cause at that point in time, in exchange for basically nothing. Now, there will always be people who joins that. That's one of the overall thematic points of the story, is that the Assassins are an ideological organization, and thus there are people who are going to believe in that ideology. Screw it. Ugh. I'm Batman. Thank you very, very much, Hediori. As ever, I do very much appreciate those Twitch Prime subs. Would you like to put that towards anything in particular? Now, Diesel Edge. Well, he's also awesome, so thank you very, very much, Diesel Edge. What would you like to put that subscription towards? The new year is treating me okay, I guess?
So kill me then. At least I will have my honor, unlike the son of a pig farmer standing in front of me.
Did you seriously hurt your wrist in full armor doing that, dude? So this is how we get our shortcut.
He should have kept an eye on his men. Trying to break into the treasury is a serious offense.
We needed him to build the ships. Now I'll have to go find another shipbuilder. Next time, inform the watch when you question an intruder instead of dealing with it yourself. Asino.
Seriously, that man needs some issues. And thank you, Hediori. It's good to be back to streaming. Excuse me.
Cazzo! Assassino!
Oh, Jesus. This is another chase? This is another chase. Oh, my God. Look, I'm not an assassino, I swear. The knives are decorative. This is Tolkienish cutlery, okay? Nope, can't do that. Here it is. I hate these sections. I'm sorry, Justin. I pity these fools, though. No. Still no. Also no. Nope. Very exciting chase sequence right here. Okay. Nope. You got it, Diesel Edge. Hang on just a second. Let me jot that down really quick. This chase sequences are awesome. Let's discuss. Diesel Edge 2. I have never liked the chase sequences in these games, even back in the day. Oh, jeez, now I don't know how to get out. Do I have to go? I have to. Okay, sure. I'll go over here. I like the idea that the guards up there are like, what is he doing? That's fine. He can't even get up here. I am free from the assassino forever. He will never find me here in my incredible hiding place of slightly above him. He has no ledges with which to grab at that place. He is truly a fool who must be destroyed. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. I am invincible, because at this point he's just, you know, pushing it, right? He will never reach me up here. How did he get up? Yeah, I was going to comment on that, Grey Wolf. I just got to say really quick that I don't buy for a second that Miles is actually the mentor. Let me put it to you this way. There is no mentor, and the assassins are thrown into disarray, so someone's like, okay, listen, we got to do stuff. So someone has to start giving orders to someone, and that someone is Miles. But he's not the mentor. He's just the only one who's trying to actually take charge. Make sense? In other words, I call him being a mentor a technicality. Okay, I can't make that jump, or that jump. Guard's just standing there. Once again, all my ranged stuff is disabled, so I can't just deal with him from here. Yeah, acting director, I like that. It's a good way to put that. Because Miles is effectively in charge of the Assassin Brotherhood, as of, you know, now, basically, and will be all the way up into the Assassin's Creed Odyssey era. But yeah, exactly, Mad Overlord. Okay, I'll go ahead and be blunt. I really don't know what the game wants me to do here. And I guess I'm just a moron. I'll accept that. Let's try over here. Let's see what the game wants here. The guard, meanwhile, is finishing reading War and Peace while he stands there. Thank goodness my life has been spared. I finally have time to read this book. And then his glasses break. It's not fair. It's not fair. There was time. There was time now. God, these forced camera angles are driving me nuts. There we go. Okay. And then he's like, oh no! My glasses are broken, I must run! No! The Three Musketeers. It is an excellent episode of Twilight Zone. In fact, I would go so far as to say I think most people don't even fully appreciate or understand how excellent an episode that is because of how many times it's been parodied. Parodied? There's got to be a verb of that. Which has kind of diluted the original meaning of the actual episode, which is just a phenomenal episode. And the actor, forgive me, but I can't think of his name, does a really good job with the role. He's fine, Dakota, he's fine. He's superhuman too. All of the people in chase sequences are superhuman somehow. Meredith, that's his name, Burgess Meredith. He was a good Twilight Zone actor in general. In fact, he's in 2 of my favorite episodes, including the one I just referenced, obviously. But yeah, I think I've explained the 2 things I don't like about this guy.
He's not going to get me.
Or about these sequences pretty accurately at this point in time. Number 1, it is full rubber banding. You're not supposed to catch these guys. It is not actually a chase sequence. It's a, this is the path you're supposed to follow sequence. If I just stop dead, he will stop running at a certain point. As I demonstrated earlier when it took me forever to figure out how to get across the ship.
Before it kills me.
Second is the camera angles here feel like they're trying to do the Uncharted thing, and I have no idea how to do the Uncharted thing. In other words, they basically take your camera away from you to show you what they want you to see in order to indicate what you're supposed to do. But they just don't always do that well. They don't always do that badly either. And of course, you never actually catch them because you're supposed to just fight the peoples. So, favorite Doctor Who episode? Oh, geez, I don't know. I have seen speedrunners kill these guys before. I never have, but then again, this is only like my 5th time playing this, something like that. And as Malik, okay, yes, I know you guys can kill them. You're not meant to. The game is clearly designed that you're supposed to get to this point and then fight these guys.
You're late for
The fact that he literally waits for you is probably the best piece of evidence I have for that.
like you were taught.
Gotta get my rhythm back here. Honestly, starting Doctor Who with New Who is probably an acceptable thing to do. That would be Christopher Eccleston stuff. Christopher Eccleston stuff. Yeah, the fact that the game straight up takes away your ranged weapons is another sign that they don't really expect you to kill him. I would actually be willing to believe that the game designers didn't even think about the possibility of you killing him in any of these chase sequences. The fact that we can is because the fact that gamers have figured it out. You know what I mean? That's my take on it anyways. Oh, well, I have no idea what you're talking about there, Malachor. You're speaking Greek to me, man! Super Greek! Oh, I really don't know what you're talking about there, though. Best Doctor Who episode, huh? I can't come up with one. I fail. I give up. Yes, Super Greek. You can run much faster than me. Hermes was secretly a Templar. Sure, why not, Macro? The Doctor dances, yeah. I believe you, Leander. Like I said, I believe Malachor, I believe you. I don't think you're lying to me. So that sounds like, if what you're telling me is true, it sounds like you're not supposed to catch him until the end, at which point you're given the option to catch him or to just do the, do the fight, which is better. I'll go ahead and admit that. I still think it's kind of bad overall because the chase sequence itself is just not well done, in my opinion. The villa's chest is full. Your sister is buying very expensive stuff. No, really? No, I will not play AC1. I cannot imagine a scenario in which I would play AC1 on camera. I really can't. Sorry.
Hey, do you want to see my scar? Interrupt my day.
You have a scar? Whoa! I could make a lot of jokes there. Oh, Ice Tray, are you there? Ice Tray. What's your reason, Blue Wolf, Ronus?
That's better for now. But prevention is the best cure, I always say.
Ah, Ice Tray is there.
Sorry, I want no part of this. Got to get up now.
So let me go ahead and explain my statement in full, because it sounds like I'm just being derogatory towards AC1, and that's not quite the truth. Granted, I don't enjoy AC1. I've made that opinion very clear, and I don't shy away from the truth of that. However, it's not just dislike. I mean, I'll play plenty of bad games on camera, and in fact plan to play plenty of bad games on camera in the future when it comes to the In-Depth Classic series. But there's two additional problems with AC1. First of all, there is extremely little lore on camera to show in AC1. In fact, I have basically told you all of it. So, that's the first problem. So it wouldn't really add anything to the lore run, right? Second problem, obviously, AC1 is not enjoyable to play. So I would be playing badly at a game I don't enjoy. So there's that problem. Oh, please don't shoot me, no! No, don't shoot me! Yeah, exactly, Motif.
Stop him!
So I go counter, 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 hide, counter, hide, counter. Avoid the water. Counter, hide, hide. Avoid the water. Oh, I slipped in the water, I'm dead. Anyways. Oh, and of course, let's be honest with ourselves, though. As for all the things that I've made fun of Assassin's Creed 1 for, there's one thing I feel it did worse than any other of the Assassin's Creed games. This. Trying to emulate climbing in Assassin's Creed 1 here. There we go. Except that didn't even do it correctly, because in AC1, you only have very specific paths you can climb up. The amount of the terrain that is painted to be grabbable is much smaller than in this game. In fact, it's one of the things they did well with this game, was they made a lot more of the, the walls that you can climb on. Anyways. Now, there is a final reason, though, and that's the fact that AC1 is a long game. Now, I don't really have a schedule rush right now, but I do have many, many, many things to stream. So from a basic business perspective, it doesn't make a lot of sense to stream Assassin's Creed 1, since it would effectively be inefficient use of time, right? Now, you could argue that there are plenty of things that I do that are inefficient with my streaming time, and those would be valid statements. But to stream AC1 would be a huge mistake at this point, again, from a pure efficiency perspective. Yes, in AC1 it's very easy to lose grip, too. I should have mentioned that, because I remember that happening to me many times. So, for all these reasons, that's why streaming AC1 is not likely to happen, okay? It's not like it's awful and horrible of a game. No, goodness no. It's just, all the reasons I just stated. Yeah, that's the final reason. I suppose I should mention that, because Leander just mentioned it. Most of Altair's actual characterization is better done in Revelations, which we will be doing on camera. That's why I say I can't envision a scenario of playing it on camera. Like, not unless someone says, like, hey, I'll give you $23 million to play AC1 on camera, and I'll be like, okay. I'll even 100% it for that much, shoot.
There you are. Come, Ezio. I'd like to introduce you to an associate. This is Agostino Barbarigo, soon to be Doge of Venezia, thanks to you.
È un onore fare la vostra conoscenza, illustrissimo. I'm sorry for the loss of your brother.
He had it coming. He was bought and paid for by the Borgia. A mistake I have no intention of making.
I like his beard.
Come, Ezio. We have much to discuss. We've located Silvio Barbarigo for you. He's fled into l'Arsenale.
Fled? You mean occupied, and joined by 200 mercenari, no less.
You're Doge now. Can't you command them to stand down?
The committee of 41 has yet to confirm my ascension. And this little stunt of Silvio's has only made things worse. He has an entire army at his command.
200 guys is not an army.
I figured you'd say as much. Bartolomeo d'Alviano is the man you seek. He and his men have little love for Silvio. He resides within the military district, southwest of l'Arsenale.
Va bene. I'll go and see him.
Yeah, 200 troops.
Silvio Barbarigo. Raised by wealthy merchants, Silvio was introduced to politics when his father was cut out of the family inheritance. From then on, Silvio worked for his uncle, his father's killer. Apparently, he had a knack for persuasion. Quickly, he became his uncle's advisor, proving his worth by discovering a Soranzo plot against the Barbarigos. You're gonna love this. Before the plot could be carried out, Silvio throws an Easter celebration, inviting the Soranzos. there's a pageant for the children in the central courtyard, while Silvio escorts the parents to the roof. He toasts the family, then signals the archers hidden behind the courtyard windows. The Soranzos never plotted against the Barbarigos again. Fast forward 10 years, and Silvio's living in his uncle's luxurious Venetian palazzo. According to the history books, his uncle died in bed.
Dun, dun, dun. As they say. Yeah, the Red Hood's like, guys, gotta stop crimping my style. Come on.
Leonardo. Ezio, so good to see you. How can I help you?
Ha ha! You found another one. How exciting!
I just have to substitute this letter and move this over there. I've got it.
Thanks, Leonardo. Continue to be a bro. I guess I'm just spoiled because, you know, there are historical accounts of armies in this era of being in the 5-digit range. In this era. But whatever. I'm just going to continue to mock them. Not the writers. I'm going to continue to mock the character. He has an army! No, he's got 200 guys. But it's an army! No, I got this. Don't worry. It's cool. It's cool. 200 guys, I got 200 guys. It's fine. It's fine. I mean, honestly, if I was paying attention, I could probably kill, like, 200 guys in this game in one fight. I'm not that great at this game, but I'm still pretty sure I could pull that off. Exactly, Nigodai. Okay, look, you're kind of in my way. Thanks.
The Doge has decreed that the manufacture of fuochi d'artificio.
You know, it's actually funny. Hazardous says 10,000 peasants isn't an army either. I agree. But usually that's part of the peasant levy or the skirmishers, which usually isn't even included in the order of battle.
Help me! Stay back, Vin!
For ice tray!
This won't take long.
Oh, well, apparently I gotta kill some guards first. Hang on, and just give me a minute. Gotta kill some people. You can run. I'll always let you run. Unless you're a bard. What's that term? Condottieri? God, probably pronouncing that horribly. I forget when that came into vogue. I really do. But I know that there was a period of time in which that was a really big thing in Italy. It was the condottieri, army war thing. Or that was pretty much the primary way in which the various Italian states fought each other. There we go. Much better. Ezio just really had a thing against bards. Secretly, he was paid to kill the bards. What's funny is that's literally true. I have been paid to kill bards. Over you go. God, there's just something amazingly satisfying about killing guards. I wonder. Guards are satisfying to kill, and bards are satisfying to kill. I wonder if there's a connection there. Anyways. Nope.
Help!
Oh, he's up. Of course he's up. Hey, what's up, dude?
Please. Help!
I don't know. Do you think we should help this guy?
Please. Help!
Oh, okay, fine.
You must be one of Bartolomeo's men. What's happened here? Where is he?
Silvio's thugs attacked, took him deeper into the district. North of here.
And then he dies from plot death. You know plot death, right? It's when you live just long enough to give crucial information and then you die immediately. It's a horrible illness. It inflicts thousands every year. So Malachor asks, was this a feudalistic system at the time? Not really. Certainly not classically, no. Instead, what was happening was this was the era of the merchant republics, where money made it so that certain people were in charge of certain regions of land, and money also paid for the mercenaries who were in charge of the military forces. It was a pretty messed up system, actually. Basically, picture every noble lord is also a merchant lord and is all constantly vying against and backstabbing each other all at the same time. Yeah, this was actually a pretty dark period, historically speaking. I mean, I know every period is a dark period, historically speaking, but whatever.
Going to die! By my hand! I swear! What sort of man sells his honor and dignity for a bit of coin? Realize you are in service to a traitor and a coward! Oh! You think I don't know why you've chained me up? You think I don't know who pulled Silvio's puppet string?
This lord is mine. Dispatcher of the great
in your father's eye. Who won't escape? Let me
Che c'è?
out!
Aspetti il permesso del capitano.
Unico pensiero sarà spiccarvi dal tronco in quel di canto e ficcarvene su per il culo! And I've no intention and oh, what a grand display it will be! The likes of
You wanna run?
shall be sung on for years to come!
Okay.
Giuri di codardi! I'll take you all on! At the same time, with one arm, no, both arms tied behind my back. You must be wondering how this is even possible. About goddamn time! I don't know if I should kiss you or slap you. Maybe both, just to be safe.
That's quite all right.
Who are you?
I'm Ezio Auditore da Firenze. I'm here to rescue you.
Let's see who winds up rescuing who.
What do you mean?
Down there! Stop them!
Almost there yet? Go on! Let's see what you can do!
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's still me. Goddamn freaking ledge.
Oh, sorry. I've fallen asleep.
We should go.
Agreed. There are still more heads to be smashed.
Oh,
Perhaps we should try and avoid
Pay close attention. Hopefully you'll learn something.
No, just practical. Given that they outnumber us 100 to 1.
As you wish, Bella mia. Watch for the large one. Dante is called. Most of Silvio's men are useless, but that one's trouble.
All who need aid are welcome here.
Sweet Frida. How I have missed you.
Silvio's set his men to ransacking your place. Prepare yourself for a fight.
No need. Finally, think that this won't take long. Great. Boom.
The Spartan kick was nice. Like, unequivocally nice. What is... Ah. That's what that is. It's from Vigilant. If I could live anywhere... In this time period, you mean? And it has to be on Earth. Damn. Well, thank you very, very much, Vigilant, while I think about your question. Come on, dude, you can keep up, right? Go. God, game.
Stay close.
If you value your life, you'll stand down.
Never! What good is a man's life if it's not lived free, eh? I'll not go back into a cage.
Then you'll go into the ground. Kill them.
Is not the ground just another cage, just filled with a lot more, you know, clay?
This will be.
Well, I'm gonna beat these guys to death. That's gonna be long and horrible. There we go. That's better. Remind me what your question was really quick, Hazardous. That's true. We should just change math, guys. Then we'll go to Venus and it'll be fine.
This way.
I'm not involved. What a mess they've made. Bianca. I hope she's unharmed.
She's fine. Everything's fine. We're cool. Cool. Vigilant either. Vigilant's gone, guys. Ah, right. I remember that question. Yes. The Roman Republic, or the Roman city-state, actually. Somewhere in between that era was what I was thinking.
Bianca! Bianca!
Is everything all right?
What do you think? Look at this place. And poor Bianca. If something's happened to her... Aha! Oh, my darling. Thank God you're all right. Ezio, meet Bianca. Bianca, Ezio.
Charmed.
So, I know your name, but not why you're here.
I have business with Silvio Barbarigo. I was told you could help.
Ah, it would be my honor.
But it's going to require more than just the two. 3 of us to weaken his forces. How do you suggest we proceed?
I'll go and ready my men for battle. While I do this, I'd like you to rescue those who were captured during Silvio's assault. I cannot, in good conscience, leave them behind.
Intesi. I will attend to it at once.
Good luck out there, Ezio.
Okay. So yes, in this timeline, give me a second to think about that. So Hazardous, the reason I said then is because everywhere would be awful, other than modern era. So I wanted to pick an era that I knew reasonably well, that had a decent quality of living, that had an environment in which someone can, you know, well, basically not be locked into like a caste or a slavery system, and was still, you know, interesting from a, you know, distant third-party perspective. As for Vigilance question, so Vigilance, I'm going to ask you guys the same question. So you have to choose somewhere in Oath to live at this particular era, 18 whatever, 1480, That's the year. Where do you pick?
What to do with this lot?
Flood the cage, I say. Drown them all, be done.
Good idea! I like mine better, though. So where would I want to be at this point in history? Yeah, I know, right, Mad Overlord? Yeah, I gotta be honest, I wouldn't want to live on Earth, like, in any era, if I really had a choice on the matter. As long as I had the option of someplace better, obviously. There we go.
Many thanks for the aid, friend. We'd like to fight with you, if you'll have us.
I mean...
Segui me.
Oh, you mean fight for me? Oh, yeah, that's cool, that's cool. I was actually thinking Ottomans, too, in all honesty. In this era. For the same basic reasons you were saying. It's like... there's not a lot of good options here, you know? Can you be an animal? No. You also cannot be animal! No one's gonna get that.
Your master's in chains and your company broken. Come tomorrow, you all be hanged. Sorry.
Now, Firehawk there. They keep running. This is actually great! So many people have started having a brain. By all means, flee. I will allow you to run. Thank you very, very much, Firehawk. As ever, I much appreciate those Twitch Prime subs. What would you like to put that towards, if anything? Oh, it's on here. No? I am blind.
Has he lost his mind?
Apparently, I have lost my mind. Goodness. Anthem, you got it. Firehawk 89 Anthem. That's true, Kay. I've been doing some natural selection here. Without really meaning to. Where is this poster? It's down somewhere. Ah, whatever. Eh. I give up. Whatever. Whatever. Let's just go. Close up of a guy's face.
Only lead the way. Andiamo.
Oh, there it is. God, I could not see that. See you around, Dathel. Hopefully. I don't actually know much about China at this point in history. Like, was this before or after the collapse of the Ming? I don't know.
There! I've had it with you.
You know, guys, you don't have to fight every guard you see. I'm just saying. Okay, so the Ming were dominant at this point. Gotcha. Yeah, I admittedly know very little about Chinese history. I've never really studied it that much. I know just enough to know nothing about it.
I heard Marco heading the way he is.
That was weird, but whatever. Hey, what's up? You know what? I got more important things to do with my life. So this is the power of smoke bombs right here. You ever wondered? This guy's like, please stop killing me. Yeah, I'll stop killing you as soon as you run. magic to Koida? I don't know. You guys deal with that other guy. I'm busy. Or not. Okay, fine.
On me.
Anyways.
Let us join you. Together we will crush the Barbarigo.
Party! No one is safe anymore. They'll be after me next.
Isu Tech. I mean, let's be honest. That's the explanation for most things in this series, so... yeah. You know, Tessie, it just keeps coming up. How many people could use a good financier? Superheroes, national powers, corporations, bards! That was supposed to be a stab. But I didn't have my knives equipped. Sorry, Ice Tray. I ended up punching him instead. Sorry. Sorry. Exactly, Leander. Okay, bye.
Salute, Ezio. Welcome back. And well done. My host is restored to its former glory. Now Silvio will see just how grave a mistake he's made.
How should we proceed? A direct assault against the Arsenale?
No. We'd be massacred at the gates. I have something else in mind. Take my men and plant them throughout the district. The trouble they cause will force Silvio to dispatch most of his guards.
And with the Arsenale drained of mercenaries, I can move in for the kill.
Esatto. You'll be virtually unopposed.
Let's hope he takes the bait.
Oh, don't worry. He will.
No, Muad'Dib.
This way.
That's true, Mad Overlord. As we found out in... oh, god damn it, I can't think of the name of the place. The Earthquake place. In Rogue. Oh my god, I can't think of the name of it. It's a really famous real-life earthquake. I remember the first time I played Rogue. And, it was this part... and I'm playing as, you know, what's-his-face. And it's like, hey! And you're in Lisbon, that's it. And it's in Lisbon. And I'm like, oh no. Like, just as soon as I saw that. Oh no. Oh god. That was one of those, I hate being right kind of moments.
Wait here for my signal.
As you wish.
Follow my lead.
Yeah, Mario's pretty cool in this game. I mean, he's cool in most games. But he's even cooler in this one. So what you're saying, Leander, is if I ever play Rogue... I shouldn't laugh. Well, I just killed one of my mercenaries, like tossing him into the water. Oh, I was horrified too. The only thing that made that scene worse was the fact that the escape sequence was actually kind of badly constructed from a game perspective. It was one of those, there's exactly one way to go through kind of things, and it's time sensitive, and they take the camera control away from you, and basically they do a couple things that just don't work for it. You know? Hey, what's up? Yeah, the camera was just awful in that whole sequence. Really. Yeah, Leander, you stay home. Or rather, leave home, I guess.
Hold your ground here.
Consider it done.
Qui, let's do it.
I'm trying to remember. I don't remember. It's actually been a bit since I played Rogue. Because I played it right before the Rumination, back when I did that. And there was this one specific sequence that I had to do like 3 or 4 times because, you know, camera kept being like, whoa!
I've traditional remedy.
Ooh, traditional run race. My favorite. Hey, Benoth, excuse me. Welcome. That's true, Leander. See, that's what caused... You know, that was the attempt to stop the Great Leander of the Ages. That's why the Lisbon earthquake happened. They failed, of course, because you're still here. But, So in case you're wondering what's happening is I'm waiting for the third guy to show up and he's lost or stuck or something somewhere. So the game's just sitting here waiting for this script to finish so it can conclude. And yeah, that's a save and quit right there. So oh god, absurdity. Is that in Syndicate? Funnily enough, the Isu actually... There's no skip cutscene option.
Welcome back, and well done. My host is restored to its former glory. Now Silvio will see just how grave a mistake he's made.
How should we proceed? A direct assault against the Arsenale?
No, we'd be massacred at the gates. I have something else in mind. Take my men and plant them throughout the district. The trouble they cause will force Silvio to dispatch most of his guards.
And with the Arsenale drained of mercenaries, I can move in for the kill.
Esatto. You'll be virtually unopposed.
Let's hope he takes the bait.
Oh, don't worry. He will.
Oh, yes, I accept your mission.
Fall in.
Huh. The game really does not want me to keep playing it. It's, really... Oh my god. That was a hard crash, in case you missed that. Just a straight Alt F4. I didn't hit anything, obviously. That was just a straight hard crash. Yep, time to play Stardew Valley. Lorerun's over, guys. Oh my god, we're in mid-mission. Sure. Whatever. Whoops, no, that's not... God, I'm disoriented as hell now. Okay, get out of my way, get out of my way, get out of my way. Come on, let's go, let's go, let's go. What was I gonna say? I actually was gonna comment on something and it's just gone now. I mean, checkpoints are good. Yo. Lack of, skip cutscenes is bad, but checkpoints are good. I am astonished that kept that checkpoint. I really am. I thought we were gonna have to watch that cutscene for the 3rd time. Hi! How are things? How's the missus? I mean, she's about to be a lot happier, that's for one thing. Yeah, I'm a cynic. What do you want from me? Yeah, this is one of the reasons why I was amused that AC Odyssey was so buggy. Because the last game I remembered being buggy in the AC series was this one. Right, the space travel, that's what I was talking about. Okay, so, there are actually inferences in the story that the Isu looked at space travel and were considering space travel. Guys, you're kind of crowding me here. I mean, can you give me a little bit of space to breathe? I literally can't see what I'm doing. I'm watching his health bar to judge the timing here. Whatever. Ladies. There are inferences that the Isu did in fact consider, you know, space travel as an option for what to do. They just never actually got into it.
As you wish. Let's go.
You know, they never actually pursued it, in other words. Now, I don't know why? As we've discussed before, the Isu are ludicrously advanced. So the idea that they would just ignore space is kind of eyebrow-raising. But you could also argue... Now, okay, so this is giving them more credit than they deserve. Let's just say that. However, it is within the realm of possibility that basically the... Oh, I'm trying to think how to phrase this. The space isn't tenable in real life concept could be something they were applying to the Isu. Hi, guys. If you don't understand what I mean by that, in real life terms, actually going to space and colonizing space and having spaceships, you know, the sci-fi thing, Star Trek, Star Wars, Farscape, you know, you name it, right, isn't really tenable in real life, and there's a lot of reasons why. We could go to space, but space travel is going to be long and arduous and tedious and may or may not be successful at accomplishing what it needs to, right? In other words, space is hard. Yeah, it's a very simple way to put it. Space is hard. And so there is a real-life concept that space travel may never be really tenable in the kind of extent that science fiction has been portraying it for many, many years. That even if we get very advanced, the simple nature of the fact that space travel is just this brutal, horrible thing may mean we never actually try it. Which could then, of course, mean, theoretically, that the Isu, despite their significant advances, never actually bothered. Because they found out and they're like, screw that.
Send word when it's time to strike.
Why bother, right? Well, we know the Isu didn't have any population problem because they are not fertile for an extraordinarily long period of time. I mentioned that yesterday. Or the day before. Now, shrug is my answer to that. Like I said, that's giving the writers more credit than they deserve, because, to be perfectly frank, the Isu are not well written. They're not. Let's just all accept that. If nothing else, they are inconsistently written, which causes some significant issues. But if you're asking for a concrete answer as to why the Isu decided not to go to space, the answer is, we're not even sure if the Isu are native to Earth. It's implied they are, but it's never stated outright.
Ah, there you are. Is it done?
Yes, all your men are in place.
Bene, bene. Take this. I assume you know how it works. Find the highest point you can in the district, and fire it from there. This signals my men to begin the attack.
All right, then. I will see you on the battlefield.
That you will.
Ironically, what Kay said is also a possibility. It's entirely possible that there are Isu who just went to space and left. And thus the only Isu that were wiped out were the ones here on Earth. It'll be fine. Explosives never fail, Dream Whisperer. You know, funnily enough, the answer to that question, Sleepy Brown Bear, is math. An inordinate amount of math. Oh, there we go. Come on. There we go. Plot explosives. I mean, they are. Literally. That's true, Micro. We should mention that a Pillar of Eden was on the moon. That's actually a plot point. Well, it's a minor plot point. Because that's why the moon landing happened. I'm dead serious, by the way. The reason the moon landing happened was because there was a piece of Eden on the moon. So they actually sat down and figured out how to actually get to the moon to go grab a piece of Eden. You ever wonder how committed the Templar are to their cause? There you go.
Bartolomeo needs my help.
Yeah, I guess. Did I say Pillar of Eden? I'm sorry, POE means Pillars of Eternity to me, so I keep messing that up a little bit. It doesn't help that there's also Path of Exile.
Must return to l'Arsenale. Salute, Ezio!
Care for some company?
By all means! After him!
Laju, there, on him!
Oh god, Doctor Who, there's another one!
Specimen, isn't he? You should be honored to die by his hand.
I am very honored to die by the hand of the person I literally can't attack. It won't let me.
Borgia, come on! We need to stop that grassone bastard!
What, Dante? Yeah, Dante was alright. I mean, he was just a bodyguard. Pretty decent one, too.
I don't know why you're here, but you're too late. Nothing you can do to prevent us from obtaining it. That's right. You still don't know, do you? Though once Dante's done with you, it won't matter anymore. Do you miss him, Ezio? You're full of a father. My greatest regret is I could not have been the one to pull the lever, to watch him kick and gasp and hide. Be strong. You follow him into the ground. You and that Fiero, and after you come together, your uncle, your mother, your sweet sister. Yes. Or perhaps outside, if only to provide us with some answer. Enough of this! We're out of time! Return to me! We must depart!
Ezio, go now! That brute will no doubt lead you straight to his master. My men and I will remain here, and keep the guards from giving chase.
Hurry! They're going to leave without us! Break the rules!
No way,
I'm with you, ragazzo!
Nailed it.
What's happened here? Why the boats? I thought you sowed the Doge's seed.
Just a distraction. We were meant to sail.
Sail where?
Siram Wadid.
Never tell. Cyprus is their destination. They want...
Non temete l'oscurità.
Fear not the darkness,
Accettate il suo abbraccio.
but welcome its embrace.
In pace.
Well done, Ezio. Silvio is defeated, and the military district is returned to us. Perhaps now Venezia might finally enjoy a bit of pace e tranquillità. We should celebrate this victory!
I am glad for you and your men, Bartolomeo. But I cannot join. I fear my work has just taken a rather strange turn.
What do you mean?
Silvio wasn't looking to replace Marco as Doge. He was about to leave Venezia, in fact. This whole thing was just a distraction.
Why?
That is what I need to find out.
Whoops. I like how Rodrigo de Borgia is in the middle there. As he should be. Oh, he's not.
Marco Barbarigo.
There we go.
Although his brother Agostino was destined for greatness, Marco left his mark on Venetian history as well. A tyrant since he was barely old enough to walk, whatever Marco wanted, he got. There are records here for jewels, entire fleets of ships, all paid for by his family and all ordered directly from him. And then there's his personal life. Apparently, Marco's wife, Carlotta, used to be married to his bodyguard, Dante Moro. Dante was captain of the city guard, and heir to one of the most prestigious families in Venezia. Marco was supposedly his close friend, right? But get this. Marco decides he wants Carlotta. In the Catholic religion, marriage is till death do us part, and Marco's a good Catholic. So, he hires a hit on Dante. Dante gets stabbed 3 times in the body, and once in the head. But he doesn't die. He recovers with severe brain damage. Dante becomes like a child. So, what does Marco do? Well, he hires Dante as his personal bodyguard, and he gets him to sign a confession annulling the marriage. Marco takes Carlotta, and keeps Dante as his personal slave. What a lovely fella.
Yeah. Although, while we're here...
Silvio Barbarigo.
No, we already did him. We already did him. Hang on. Yeah, okay, we're caught up. Nice guy, really. Uh-oh. Is it? Quick. Go. I'm not gonna make it. I'm too far from the edge. Yeah! Yeah, that's the funny part. There's worse than that. He's not so bad once you get to kill him. Damn it, Kay. 1488. I was close. I hear Nadia makes the most excellent tea.
There you are, Ezio. Why so serious?
It's my birthday.
Why so serious?
Davvero? 100 di questi giorni. That's wonderful.
Is it? It's been over 10 years since I watched my father and brothers die. 10 years hunting the men responsible. So close to the end now, but no closer to understanding what any of it was for.
You may not see it, Ezio, but it's better here now because of the things you've done. Basta. Look here. I have a birthday present for you. It's l'Arsenale's shipping manifest. From the day the boat left.
The boat to Cyprus? You're serious?
And guess when it's scheduled to return? Tomorrow.
Ezio.
Leonardo, when did you get back?
Just now. I need to talk to you. Right away.
Go on. Have fun, boys.
It's better be good.
Oh, it is. It is. Walk with me. Stay close.
So as I mentioned, one of the flaws of Assassin's Creed 2 is the fact that it does these huge time jumps and doesn't really make you feel like a lot of time has passed, with like 1 or 2 exceptions. I mentioned this earlier, but this is a good example. It's been 10 years in-game since the series started. Now, Ezio himself has, started to develop more as a character, certainly, but, I mean, you kind of have issues really feeling it, right? Limitations with character models and, well, frankly, some of the just massive time jumps are part of the problem for that. But anyways, I'm getting off topic.
I was studying the copies. I don't know why I never saw it before. But when put together, I realized the markings on the back clarify into words. Here, the prophet will appear when the second piece is brought to the floating city.
Prophet? Only the Prophet may open it. 2 pieces of Eden.
What are you saying? Ezio, what is this?
We've known each other a long time, Leonardo. If I can't trust you, there is nobody. My uncle Mario spoke of it long ago. A prophecy hidden in the codex, leading to an ancient vault that holds something very powerful.
Grandioso. But if you took these pages from the Barbarigo, then maybe they know about this vault too. That's not good.
Wait. What if that's why they sent the ship to Cyprus? To find this piece of Eden and bring it back to Venezia.
When the second piece is brought to the floating city,
the Prophet will appear. Only the Prophet can open the vault. My God! When my uncle told me about the Codex, I was too young, too brash to imagine it was anything but an old man's fantasy. But now I see. The killing of Mocenigo, even the Medici, my father and brothers. It was all part of his plan. Find the vault. The Spaniard.
Rodrigo Borgia.
The boat from Cyprus arrives tomorrow. I plan to be there to meet it.
Good luck, my friend.
Thanks. You're a bro. As a quick aside, I'm not really complaining per se. It's just I remember when I played this for the first time, it just felt disjointed, just kind of suddenly, oh, and now it's 2 years later. Oh, okay. It was mostly disjointed because later on in this game, spoilers, there's another time jump which they actually do a physical difference in Desmond, in Ezio's appearance, and so it actually feels like, you know, some time has passed. But yes, Ezio, two people have said this in chat already, but it bears being stated out loud. This is really what makes Ezio Ezio, why he is such a unique confluence in assassin history. He's not just a good fighter, though he is that, and he's not just a good charismatic person, although he is that. It is his ability to zoom the camera out that really makes him an interesting and, you know, useful member of the Order. It's one of the reasons why he was able to basically craft, let's be honest with ourselves, the Order. Oh god, there's a weird thought. It's been about 10 years since this game came out. That's a weird thought.
Don't lose him!
Yes, over the 10 years, the bards were wiped out. One by one. Where am I? Also, I'm not even going to comment on the irony of someone in the Assassin's Creed series saying, "My God!" Because, you know. I actually don't know how old Ezio is at this point. Apparently he's 27 according to Hazardous. I'll take his word on it. Yeah, you ever seen the Purge series of movies? Imagine that, but with just bards. All crimes are legal against bards. It makes me wonder why people keep, you know, accepting barding as a profession. It's weird, really. Down, down, down. There we go. There we go. Uh-huh. No, I believe you, Hazardous. Uh-oh, Decoding knows how to turn this story grimdark. Da-da-da-da-da-da. We bring you a kingly gift.
Mario?
Apparently the kingly gift is Uncle Mario. Oh, I'm terribly sorry. My fault, really. You're of course correct. Thank you for correcting me, sir. I really I'm grateful for all your assistance. You do good work. You do good work. This is a good death. This is a good death. gonna hurt when you fall on my sword, but by golly, you're gonna enjoy it. I'm sorry, I saw Serenity recently. It's kind of in my mind.
He must have you Takasangue moving like that.
Hey, a feather. That's insane, Dustin. Why would I ever do something that I have scheduled on the website? If you're asking when I'm going to do it, I don't know, is the truthful answer. No, the next lore run I'll be doing will be Neverwinter Nights, which... well, that'll be a thing. I hope it'll go well. I'm actually pretty nervous about that one. It's not the lore run I'm most nervous about doing, though. No, there's another one that fills that slot. Oh, you're new here. Oh, I apologize. Well, yes, actually, the Super Mario RPG lore run is already scheduled and planned. And by scheduled, I mean not scheduled. It's already funded. Sorry, wrong word. Funded and planned and ready to go. Just, it's going to be a fairly long endeavor, and I have a lot of other things to stream in the interim. So, you know, I don't know exactly when it's going to happen. Where is this guy going? Go away, Bard. Don't make me kill you. Wow, everyone's crates are so vulnerable in this game. The most difficult lore run I've ever done? Did you just jump after me? Most difficult lore run I've ever done. I mean, wow. Is the easy answer there. It's hard to beat a year's worth of effort and prep time. And like a month and a half of streaming solid to do that lore run over like over 100 episodes. That's an easy one, really. Yeah, I know, Dakota. It's happening. By God, it's happening. If people hadn't voted for us to focus on lore runs instead of premiere runs, we'd be doing that right now, but people voted. After No One Writes, though, we're not going to be doing Witcher 3, Mario RPG, Zelda, or Metroid immediately. We're waiting on all of those lore runs until we get back and do some frickin' premiere runs. That's funny, Leander. Yes, the bards are rude and annoying. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez.
Impressive move.
I'm not sure I agree with that sentence. Good afternoon, Galtori. I'm not a trespasser. Why are you saying that? I don't know, Max Time?
Peasants are not allowed up here.
Oh, of course, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Peasants are not allowed up here.
You won't get away.
Whoa! No! Oh, Jesus. That's really, really not what I was trying to do there. Oh, crap. 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 I'm not gonna make it. I'm not gonna make it. There's no way. There's no way in hell. Desynced! God damn it! Quite a bit, Lucky Gorilla. Queen Braun was not impressed. Wait, did I just get a feather? I didn't even look at that.
What are you doing here?
I don't know if you're gonna kill what we're doing up here, but you know. Gosh darn it. He deserved it, Malachor. He called me a peasant, which I guess technically I am. So whatever. He called me a peasant and implied that that was an insult. There we go. Much better reason to kill someone. Like this guy over here. He's cool. See? We're cool. He's just taking a nap. He needs a break. He has been up here since like 3 a.m., okay? Walking on these... I mean, have you ever tried to walk on these kind of shingles? They're super loose. It's easy to lose your footing, and he's been trying not to fall off all day. He needed a nap. This guy... Well, this guy's a jerk. He gets a nap too, though. Union rules. That's how it works. One person gets something, everyone gets something. That's how the union works. Unless you're not actually a proper part of the union, in which case, you know, you get this. Wow! Did you see what happened there? Holy crap. Okay. Take 3. I love tailing missions. I mean, it was my fault for trying to kill the guards, I suppose. But what happened is I basically got locked in combat, failing at actually using my weapons because the game would not acknowledge the fact that I was trying to attack the guy, while the guy down below basically decided to start sprinting, like at that exact moment. Whoa! Camera. What the heck was that? So we're gonna do this time. See, right here, he starts sprinting. And of course, if you get too far away, you fail. For some reason. No, I'm sure Venice definitely had this one. I don't know. I really don't know. I'm pretty sure this is a video game decision, though. The guards on roofs thing. Well, I'm not evil, Volcanto. Oh, he took off running again. I look away for a second. He's like, aha, this is my chance! To... Ugh! There's the guy I'm tailing, right there. No, I haven't been drinking. We're cool, we're cool. God damn it, I barely bumped. Oh, come on, guys! Those crates contain, like, amiibos or something. Go away. Okay, I can't kill you two. This is your warning. They decided to take it, thankfully. Don't shoot me. God damn. I could make a really bad joke there. Please. Okay, I really don't want to do this. Fine! Down, 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 down! For Christ's sakes. Can I just kill this guy? Why am I tailing him? Yeah, heal me real quick. Thanks.
The Maestro awaits. He will not suffer mistakes. Package it correctly. Do it now.
The Spaniards here? That changes things. If I can infiltrate this group, take the place of the courier, they'll lead me right to the Figlio di Puttana.
You were literally staring at him earlier in this game and could have killed him. In fact, I actually did kill him. And the game was like, desynced, when I killed the Spaniard. I just find it out because it's still dumb. was,
Traditional remedies and the wisdom of the Arabes. Wellness awaits.
Is that Cam Clark playing the doctor? Excuse me, ladies. I know, right, Kay? I mean, the funny thing is, we never kill Rodrigo. Spoiler.
Yes, sir. This is a moment of great importance. Stay in formation. Make this right.
That could be Leander. It's just... I mean, he knew the Spaniard was there. In fact, he's encountered him once before. It's not like he doesn't know he's a bad guy. He just didn't know he was the bad guy.
Oh.
Is there any chance I could convince you to walk at slightly faster than a snail's pace? Also, ba ba da dum bum 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 ba ba da dum bum 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 ba da 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 ba ba dum bum ba 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 dum bum. I'll stop. Reduce distance to target. He's literally right there.
The Minor Council has approved the reopening of trade links with the coastal cities of the Barbary Coast. A new agreement has been signed with the Bay.
You know what's funny is I think President Shinra would be a Templar. I'm not sure where the rest of Shinra Inc. would last, but President, he would definitely be a Templar. I'm sorry, Ice Tray. What is that soldier doing? Approval rating 5. Hey, it's Rodrigo de Borgia. I could kill him right now.
You really have it? You were not followed.
Absolutely. Everything went perfectly. We have followed your orders exactly as specified. The mission to Cyprus was more difficult than expected.
Ezio, it's been some time.
Rodrigo. So, where is he?
Who?
Your prophet. Doesn't look like anybody showed up, Rodrigo. How many people have died for these? For what's in this box? And look, there's nobody here.
You claim not to be a believer, and yet here you are. Don't you see him? The prophet is already here. I am the prophet. Now give me the apple.
Come and take it from me.
Funnily enough, Rodrigo is right. The prophet is here. What's doubly funny is he really did believe he was the prophet. I don't know if that meant anything to him, but he did believe that. And yeah, I don't think Veda would be a Templar or assassin, to be perfectly blunt. Neither are his style. He's not even a Sith. At least not in terms of philosophy. Apparently this battle didn't move a lot in the original
Is
thing.
this all you have? Where is the rest of your people?
What people?
You really have no idea, do you? Guards!
Hey, his health refilled. He has opium, guys! No wonder Rodrigo's able to survive so much.
Go! Ora!
He learned the secret of the opium.
Now!
Rodrigo could totally take Ezio on a one-on-one fight. I don't know. Okay, this is stupid. Even with ads, this is just ridiculous.
Uncle!
Don't worry, Nipote. You are not alone.
Oh no.
What are you doing here?
We could very well ask you the same thing.
We?
Yes, they're all assassins. Da-da-da-da!
Avanti!
Well, I guess I'll go back to beating up the Borgia, who has just healed again, by the way.
You all shall die.
Yeah, this is not great. Oh, went too far, went too far. Hang on, let's... Apparently my fight did not stray that far. Or Ezio's fight didn't stray that far, I should say. I'll just fight here. This is the Tron version of Assassin's Creed.
Stop what is written. What lies in the vault shall be mine.
Funny thing is, there's really not a lot in the vault. I mean, I don't blame him for thinking there would be. You'd think there'd be a lot in an Isu vault. It's just, this particular vault is not particularly valuable, that's all.
This is for my father. Paula.
He's gone, but we have what we came for.
I'm sorry, I hate to interrupt, but you know how fiction occasionally does this thing where someone's like, and then they're slightly further away than they were before, and the other person's like, oh, they're gone, we can't catch them. Fiction does that a lot, especially in movies, I've started noticing. Like, someone will go around a corner, it's like, oh, I can't catch him now, he went around a corner. I mean, at least The Matrix made a thing where you could escape in a way that you couldn't be followed, right? Rodrigo's right around the corner. He's right there. He just went there seconds ago. He's a fat guy. Come on, I can get him. He's got a 3-second head start. He's gone. He's gone.
No. I need to go after him.
Do you really now? Or are you here for another reason, my son?
Theodora? What? What are you all doing here?
Perhaps the same thing you are, Ezio. Hoping to see the Prophet.
Hey, it's one of my favorite characters.
I came here to kill the Spaniard. I couldn't care less about your prophet. He never showed up.
No? But you did.
What?
A prophet's arrival was foretold. And unbeknownst to us, here you are. Perhaps all along, you were the one we sought.
Cosa? Who are you?
Niccolò di Bernardo de Machiavelli. I am an assassin, trained in the ancient ways to safeguard mankind's evolution. Just like you, and each one of us here.
You are all assassins? Paula. Volpe.
It's true, Nipote. We have all been guiding you for years.
For a decade.
Teaching you the skills you would need to join our ranks. I think it's time.
We have our prize, but there is much to be done. Come, meet us here at sunset.
Yeah, this scene, this whole sequence never got me, even as a kid. And I say a kid, this was only like 8 years ago.
La shea waka umutlak bel kulun munkin.
These are the words spoken by our ancestors that lay at the heart of our creed.
Where other men blindly follow the truth, remember.
Nothing is true.
Where other men are limited by morality or law, remember.
Everything is permitted.
We work in the dark to serve the light. We are assassins.
Yeah.
Nothing is true. Everything is permitted.
It is time, Ezio. In this modern age, we are not so literal as our ancestors, but our seal is no less permanent. Are you ready to join us?
I am.
If this scene had a basketball in it...
Like so many things.
Seriously, if this scene had a basketball in it...
Benvenuto, Ezio.
Yeah.
You are one of us now. Come, we have much to do.
Can I have a minute to... No. You know, if you're following after each other that quickly, you're going to fall on the other guy. They're not going to be able to get out of way. Whatever. Thank you very much, Hourglass. As ever, much appreciate those Twitch Prime subs. Would you like to put that towards? I'll execute a leap of faith. Yeah, I've never done this before, game. So first of all, let me just go ahead and say a couple things really quick. First of all, that scene was dumb. I'm sorry. That was just kind of a... What? Yeah, like Kay just said, we have been wrecking the Templars and their people for a decade. And, oh yeah, we're cool. We're going to go ahead and induct you into the Assassin's Order. Sure thing, Hourglass. Give me a moment. Class 8. First of all, the very idea, like, Cesare de Borgia being a match for us in a fight, okay, you know, I can kind of buy that, right? He's supposed to be a monster in combat, and he's driven and arguably insane. Okay, I'm with that. Funnily enough, Cesare never really matches us in combat in the next game. In fact, we will be crushing him every time we fight him. Rodrigo, who at this point has got to be in his 50s. Someone look up really quick. When did Rodrigo de Borgia be born? I want to know how old he is. Because this old man, who is fat, is like, I have a sword. And he just somehow holds his own against Ezio with a very small number of ads, I feel like pointing out. When the first time he's like, guards! Who shows up? 2 guys. Okay, so I was right. In his 50s. There you go. 57. He's this 57-year-old man who is not superhuman like we are. Then, he's not the Pope yet. Then, immediately after that, he runs, and we're like, no, he's gone. I've already made my point about that. I don't think I need to reiterate that point. Then, it's like, okay, every main character, every voiced character you've encountered for the last 10 years of lore time has secretly been an assassin. None of them have aged, by the way. We are all assassins. We will induct you into our order. Yeah, okay. And we just killed all of them because we landed on their backs. Yeah, when you fight him with the staff and the apple, that made at least a degree of sense, right? He literally has superhuman artifacts to mess with your mind and you know, augment himself. Okay, that's an acceptable last boss. This is just him with a sword. Yeah, no kidding, Azarus. Thank you, Papa Nate.
Are you okay? Do you want to stop?
No, I need to go back. Right now.
That... Huh? What? What kind of thing?
Oh dear.
Oh, right. That's why they do this. Forgot about that.
Of course. How could I have forgotten?
You want to share with the rest of us?
Rodrigo Borgia is elected Pope in 1492, which means Ezio's greatest enemy is now also the most powerful man in Italy.
Always wanted to visit the Vatican.
Well, your luck's in, Desmond. Happy days. Because that's exactly where you're going.
Maybe? I thought it was the DLC thing. Maybe not. I don't know.
Absolutely fascinating.
What is it, Leonardo? What does it do?
I could no more explain this than explain to you why the Earth goes around the Sun.
Okay, so there's a thing called gravity.
The Earth. It's fabricated with materials that shouldn't exist. And yet, this is clearly a very ancient artifact.
The codex refers to it as a piece of Eden.
The Spaniard. He called it the apple.
Like Eve's apple, of forbidden knowledge. Are you then suggesting that this thing...
And of course it responds to us, because we actually have, you know... Notice how Leonardo is relatively unaffected by this. More credence to the theory that Leonardo is partially Isu, like I mentioned the other day.
This must never fall into the wrong hands. It would drive weaker minds insane.
No doubt the Spaniard will be relentless in his desire to gain it back.
Ezio, you must protect this with all the skills we have taught you.
Okay.
Take it to Forli. The citadel is walled, protected by cannons, and our ally controls it.
Who is this ally?
Her name is Caterina Sforza.
You don't say. I think I may enjoy this mission. Thank you for everything, my oldest friend.
Leonardo, Ezio tells me you travel off into Milano. I have a grand villa in Toscana. You must come visit me there.
Okay. Yeah, we just literally showed holograms. Anyways, like I said, yeah, that's the only evidence, well, okay, one of two pieces of evidence, that Leonardo is mostly Isu, that he has the ability to see and detect, and was mostly unaffected by the apple. Remember, this particular apple's big thing is mind affecting. You know, mind alteration, illusions, that kind of a thing. So, you know. And then Ezio, faced with the possibility of seeing the Countess again, ran in the opposite direction as quickly as he possibly could. No, not this one, Hazardous. It's the other one that I can't think of the name of. Hello, Bellacac. Bella Cal... Oh, God, I always screw up your name. I'm sorry. Hi, Bella. Yeah, like I said earlier, I think they... Well, in this game and in others, they overdo the Matrix thing.
It's getting easier and easier to hack into Abstergo's mainframe. It's like I know what data I'm looking for. Like I've already lived it.
No? Ah. Double no. Triple no! I don't actually remember where the one is for this one. Oh yeah. Speaking of which, first of all, thank you, Bella. I'll jot that down immediately. Even though I keep screwing up your name because I'm terrible. Thank you very, very much. Much appreciated. Second of all, is this one? No, this is glyph 8. Nope. This is glyph 7. Nope. 6. 5. 4. This is glyph 4. There we go. Okay, found it. Found it. This is glyph 4. And are you ready for it? Oh, I hope that was satisfying. What was the first of all? I'm sorry. I got distracted by things. Did you know you could just set your GPS by the Animus's desktop app? Thanks, game. This is how you impress a countess right here. Yeah, baby. Woo! I don't know what I'm doing. Yeah. Wee. Wait, no, God. Ah! Ugh. Sorry. I was close.
Well, well. Look who it is.
Madonna.
I thought when we met you were a bit special, but an assassin.
No, I am the assassin, thank you. Oh, 16 in time traveling.
You're going to love Forley. The cannons in our Cittadella alone go back 100 years. The artifact will be quite safe.
So the cannons are old and out of date.
Never heard of a woman ruling her own city before. It's very impressive.
Well, it was my husband's before, of course. He died.
Oh. I'm sorry.
Don't be. I had him killed.
Oh.
We discovered Girolamo Riario was working for the Templars, making a map of the locations of the remaining codex pages.
I never liked that goddamn son of a bitch anyway. He was a lousy father. Boring in bed, and a pain in my ass.
Look!
Oh no.
Don't hurt me, please!
Aspetta. What's happening?
They came as soon as you left the city walls, Signora. The city is under attack.
What? By who?
The Orsi brothers, Signora.
Oh, sangue di Giuda.
Language?
The same canaglia I hired to kill my husband.
It's the Spaniard, of course. The Orsi have no worldview bigger than their purse.
But how could he know where we were taking the apple before we even knew?
Because they're not here for the apple, Ezio. They're after Riario's map.
Basta with your map, Nicolo. My children are inside. Oh, porco demonio.
Don't worry. I'm gonna try. No, oh my god, to not forget about these guys! Oh, and also Subject 16. You know what? Hang on. So, you want to surrender? No? Hey, dude! Okay, I won't kill you, but only because the game won't let me. If the game let me kill you, by golly, you'd have some additional metal fillings. No, of course it's not going to. Well, I'll read this. Unarmed prophets have always been destroyed, whereas armed prophets have succeeded. These cynical words were written by Niccolò Machiavelli, one of the greatest minds of the Renaissance. Considered a pioneer of realist philosophy, he believed that all men are evil and will act upon their vicious nature if given the chance. That's actually been debated. The third son of a Florentine attorney, Machiavelli was tutored by his father in grammar, rhetoric, and Latin. In 1494, he entered government service as a clerk and an ambassador. Made a member of the Florentine Diplomatic Council, he was sent to the courts of France, Spain, and Rome between 1499 and 1512. From 1503 and 1506, Machiavelli was put in charge of the Florentine militia and the city's defense. He recruited citizens for his militia, preferring men who had a stake in Florence's continued success as to be dispassionate mercenaries. His strategy seemed to work in 1509 when Florence defeated Pisa. Machiavelli continued to participate in the Florentine government after the Medici family was chased out of it, but when the Medici returned, they arrested and tortured him. He was accused of conspiring against them. Unable to find any wrongdoing, the Medici, exiled Machiavelli. He retired to his estate in Sant'Andrea, where he wrote his famous works, The Prince, the Discourses on Livy, and the Florentine Histories. He died in 1527, place of burial unknown. None, Doctor Who.
Already inside? Double-crossing bastards.
Is there another way into this place?
Aspetta. Perhaps yes. There's an old tunnel under the western wall from the canal.
Bene. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of philosophers.
You. Yeah, I'm talking to you. You spineless dogs. You occupy my city, my home. You think I'm going to stand here and do nothing about it? How about I come up there and rip your ballet off?
Nice lady.
What kind of men are you? Doing the beating of your masters for loose change. You're not afraid of me. You will be when I come up there and cut your heads off, piece down your necks, and shove your faces up my pica. I'll stick your ballet with a fork and roast them over my kitchen fire. How's that sound? You laughed. You wouldn't if I was a man. You think I wouldn't do it just because of these? Le tette. Le mie tette. I bet you want to see them, don't you? You wish you could touch them. You wish you could lick them, don't you? Well, come on down here and give it a try, like a real man. And I'll kick your balls so hard they fly out your nostrils.
It's just that part there is just a whole lot of cussing in Italian. You gonna let me kill this guy? There we go.
Not you! He's there, on him!
Yeah, sure. Damn it, game, come on. Don't think about it, Marley. Don't think about it. It's cool. It's cool. Most of the cussing in this game is actually from her. Although they put most of the actual cussing in Italian, so, you know. I won't kill you. I guess I lied. Sorry. Sorry. Subject 16 had several hints of already participating in basically very minor forms of time travel. Effectively, not really time travel in what we would normally think of it, but more like the ability to specifically pick out a spot in time and travel to it and see it, perceive it in first person, basically kind of like the Animus itself on the fly, just without having to be limited like the Animus itself is. Now, it could be interpreted that this was just a byproduct of the bleeding effect, since, you know, the bleeding effect, as I mentioned earlier, makes perfect sense, and it's very logical that that would be, you know, exactly what's happening there. However, it also could be, you know, basically a preamble to the whole time travel thing, since, as I pointed out earlier when it happened... Jesus, game! Bug. Since, as I pointed it out earlier, they mentioned how, you know, nobody's ever been able to control this until now, you know, with regards to it and with regards to Desmond. So the general idea is that Subject 16 had the beginnings of what would have been time travel if he could actually control it, which he couldn't, so instead he just kind of went bonkers. And thus you would be the first one to truly be able to control time. Dun 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 dun. Shh, shh, shh. Oh, that's a lot of enemies. Either way, the idea is that it was time viewing with, like, the beginnings of what would be time travel, but again, Subject 16 Clay couldn't control it the way we were supposed to be able to. I'm just pointing it out because it's yet another hint of the time travel plot that was, you know, abandoned. Oh my god, there's a killer on the loose!
No, not here.
So remember, Machiavelli was considered... Up there it goes.
Now, move!
Yes? Okay. Feel like we just completely missed that entire combat sequence there. Let's try and get these guys before. There we go, there we go. Perfect. That's true, he's not a runner. So, the Borgias would give him a run for his money. Literally, I suppose. We're not actually viewing time at all. To be extremely specific, the most accurate depiction of what we're doing here is we are perceiving a virtual recreation of events that happened based on inferences, historical data, and the actual genetic memories. All of which is pieced together to get a mostly accurate representation of actual events. That's a lot of people. Whoa, dude, not cool. Hey, hey, come here, come here. Come here. There you go. We are changed by observing them, that is true. I mean, ignoring the obvious fact that we're learning information and our brain is being told that we're physically interacting with these things. There's just the obvious information. I'm sorry, I'm saying that wrong. There's the obvious information stuff, but also the way the Animus is designed is that the bleeding effect is more or less a deliberate side effect. There we go. Such that we are literally getting some of the special abilities, for lack of a better way to put it, of our ancestors. Now, earlier on, that makes perfect sense, because that would imply that, you know, we only have access to those abilities because we ourselves have the genetic predisposition, thanks to the whole Isu thing. Okay, sure, fine. Later on, they kind of imply that just about anybody could go into an Animus, be hooked into it, and learn how to become a Master Assassin. This is actually one of the premises of Assassin's Creed Brotherhood for the multiplayer. That's how they're training people, you know. Shrug. What?
Bambini! But where are Bianca and Ottaviano?
Forgive me, Signora. They were playing outside when the attack began. I don't know where they are.
Reinforcements from the mountains! They are breaching the citadel!
Ezio, don't let those bastardi get in here!
With me? Okay, sure. You gonna give me my camera back? There you go. Yeah, no, Ezio didn't actually kill civilians. Although he did hate the bards. Everyone hated the bards. Even the bards hated the bards. That's actually why they became bards. They hated bards so much that they wanted to perpetuate the cycle. Because, you know, people are weird like that. Oh, that was easy. Are you gonna attack me? No? Okay. I guess I'll go this way then to attack you. That would make even less sense, Mad Overlord. You know what? I don't have time for this.
You break the rules. We break you.
Whoops, that's the wrong thing. Do you mind stop stabbing me for like 5 seconds? I need to be in a better position. There we go. There we go. Hi! That's for stabbing me. This is for stabbing me. This is for your buddy stabbing me. I didn't appreciate him stabbing me. Oh, wait, I don't think you're my enemy. I'm sorry. No, that's my enemy. Never mind, we're cool. We're cool. Back to stabbing. Edward doesn't help. Edward's horrible, gameplay-wise. I mean, I've got 1.7 million florins. You'd think I'd be able to buy my way out of this. Remember, the enemies we're fighting are mercs who have been paid to do this. I hope you guys like combat, by the way, because that's... Like I said, there's several times where you just have to kill. There's no pacifist running this game. Really wish I had the combo kills of... I'm pretty sure it's Brotherhood. Over you go. I mean, I would probably be a bard of all of the archetypes. Just be honest about that. Actually, I'm not sure, Jacob. I suppose you could define it as that. My point was, most pacifist runs are more about avoiding combat. And not, you know, in addition to not killing people.
If you have any information, you've been in the whole time, yes?
But yes, yes.
Your carcass will feed the pirate.
Oh, now I have to kill her guards because they were pissing me off. I'm sorry, your guards were stupid, Countess, okay? I had to kill them. Like, really had to kill them. They really deserved it. Trust me. I mean, you can mostly do Ninja Gaiden pacifist. And of course, there's the Metal Gear Solids, obviously. And, you know, Deus Ex. Dishonored. It's another one. Dishonored and Dishonored 2. Hey, what's up? So, sex scene, I think.
Caterina!
I'm just kidding.
Caterina Sforza! I know you're in there. I have something you may want.
First, we have to kill a lot of people.
Are you missing any children? And Ezio Auditore. What a pleasant surprise.
I take it you would be the Orsi brothers.
Ludovico and Gecko at your service.
Basta! Where are my children? Let them go!
Of course, Signora. We'll happily give them back for something of yours. A certain map.
And a certain apple, brother.
See, a certain apple indeed. Or shall I slice your baby's necks ear to ear?
Bastardi! You think you can threaten me? I'll give you nothing! You want my children? Take them! I have the instrument to make more!
When you change your mind, they'll be in the village outside the city. You have 1 hour.
I'll get them back, don't worry.
Caterina, no. I can't ask you to sacrifice your children.
Nobody's sacrificing anything. Go get them back for me, Ezio.
See, you have my word. The apple needs to remain in the Citadel. Keep this safe.
I would not trust her with that. Or anyone, actually. Why am I wanted? Whatever. I mean, I hate to say this, Ezio is probably one of the only people I would trust with that apple. No joke. I would trust Ezio more than Altair with that apple. Seriously.
Where do you think?
I would probably also trust Leonardo. I would agree with that. Hey, don't mind me. Yeah, mature Ezio? Absolutely. No hesitation. Can I get rid of some of my wanted levels? No, of course not. Okay. Almost there. Okay. Now maybe there's just a little bit of my own Papa Bear tendencies getting in here, but you don't threaten children. The hell's wrong with you?
Is this all the men you have to hold me? Stolti. It won't be enough. My mama is fierce. We Sforza women are no wilting flowers. We may look pretty to the eye, but the eyes deceive. Just ask Babbo.
Just ask Papo. Ask my dad about how...
You don't really imagine I'm scared of you. You'd be very mistaken. My mama would never let you hurt me. And if you touch one hair on my little brother's head, she will hunt you down and eat you for breakfast. Capito? Grazie, grazie, messere. But my brother, they're holding Ottaviano at the lighthouse.
Don't worry. I'll get him back.
Somebody saw something, yes? What an oddly cut throat.
I'm pretty sure that kid is totally fine with me killing her captors in front of her. Just saying. What does she feed these kids? Rusty nails! And human's foot. Glued to a chunk of wood. No, I never got the cheats for it. I mean, I got money cheats, but that's it. Yeah, I don't care. Don't care, don't care, don't care, don't care, don't care, don't care.
You want to see your boy walk again, Katarina? Give us what we want, or I'll throw him off the edge.
Oh no, they're gonna throw him! Nice people. Yeah, I'm sorry. No. There's lines. There's lines. You don't threaten kids.
Or your kids are crippled.
I have to pee. Please, messere. I need to go to the bathroom. Just let me go pee.
Oh, per Dio. Chiudi il becco. Ah. Stop acting like a baby. Where are your balls?
Hey, what's up?
Katerina was a fool to send you.
Or are you the fool, dying for a handful of change? Was it worth it?
More than you know. The maestro gains his prize. Because of me.
Yeah, we should have just kept the apple.
Per quanto vale?
Die with your pride.
Requiescat
For all it's
pace.
worth. So, surprise! The other one's going after the apple. Total shock, right? I mean, it's okay. The apple's just a mind control device. We can totally accept that being in the hands of frickin' Rodrigo de Borgia. Hang on. Right, of course. Yeah, we have teleportation powers. That's how we keep getting from place to place, really. I mean, I know you see me running around, but... I don't know. The kid's like, no, I'll be fine. La, 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 la. Do I have to join either official Kasi? Because my answer is no. I find both ideologies to be imperfect and incomplete. And I don't remember how to get into this stupid gosh darn fortress. Damn place. Yes, I did talk about Subject 16, actually. And the time travel thing. I really did. Ezio's like, here you go, kid. Oh, God. Yeah, no kidding, Micro. There's no in this situation. Okay, I immediately commit suicide. Whew, okay, dodge the bullet. We're cool, guys. We're cool. I died rather than joining the Assassins or the Templars. Because that's kind of my thinking. I'd probably lean more towards Templar. I know. But ideologically speaking, at least the Templars are trying to actually establish something, whereas the Assassins aren't. And that is really the only difference that makes them significantly different in my mind, as far as which one I would rather join. Because, yeah, the extremists on both sides are idiots. And the extremist assassins are... the extremist Templars are... Well, we've seen several of those already. There's no killing myself? Bull crap! I know how to bite off my own tongue. It's a really horrible thing to do. Don't think about that.
A great metal work here.
Yeah, both invite corruption. That's absolutely correct. Really? Really? I'm on your side. I'm here at the behest of your leader. Face these people.
What are you doing out here?
I'm so sorry, Ezio.
Yeah, I know.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
It was a trick to lower our defenses.
As soon as you left, they attacked again. Keko Orsi. He has the apple.
Yep.
What? No! Where is he? We chased him out here. But the bastards escaped into the mountains.
He's gone. There's no use chasing him. Yes, Mega. That is definitely on the schedule, so to speak. I just don't know when. As a matter of fact, comma, I am wearing the shirt, exclamation mark. I'm not sure what the viewers think of it, though, comma. I'll ask them, period. What do you think of the shirt? Yeah, no kidding, Sakage. Those were not some good people.
I've quite a few different accessories to
Oh no! Look, it's an insane, crazed assassin! He's been killing all the bards! What do we do? Okay, you gonna run? You gonna run? I just killed your entire party. Alright, die. Alrighty, as I was saying.
Come, friends. I've fresh caught leeches today.
Ooh, leeches. Can I please have some? Thank you.
May wellness remain your companion, friend.
It's funny you say it suits me better. What about it suits me better, if you don't mind getting specific? Because I usually can't stand suits like this. First of all, it's long sleeve. I hate long sleeve. Feels awful. Second of all, it's plaid and green and brown. Third of all, it's not white or black. I mean, can you really have an outfit that's not white or black? Is that a thing? But yeah, Rogue and Unity are the best examples of corrupt assassins that we see in the series. It's sized well. This is a lot smaller than what I usually prefer to wear. I'll admit that. Oh no, what do I do? Wait, what the... What? Huh? What the hell was that, game?
Don't. Just... We'll get him, don't worry.
Oh, he is fast. Look at this. I love chase sequences. They're the best. That's true, Hourglass. Could be worse.
Come on. On him. So, how would you like to go? Pro? Keep back there. Where did he go? I see him. There. Not you. He's there. On him.
Gun would take too long. Whoa! Ah! God damn it, game. Alright, yeah, apparently I'm gonna have to horse this. Or I could just... Hey, he stopped running.
Let's have a closer look.
Apparently I can't aim for crap. What the hell, game? There we go. That was weird.
So, you have your prize again.
Yeah.
Was it worth it? So much bloodshed.
A prize of such value. It will not remain yours for long.
We shall see.
Just to make extra sure. What wretched things are born of greed. Too true. They're just uncomfortable, Savacom. I don't know. I don't like things being on my arms if I can avoid it. Hey!
Wait. Don't. Who are you? Stop. Don't open it.
Well, that all worked out well. Now, I'm pretty sure we have the DLC, so we'll go ahead and figure out who that gentleman was.
Thank God you're back with us. Are you all right? What happened to you?
I don't know.
You got stabbed, dude.
Had the luck to find you in the hills, next to Kek Orsi's dead body.
See, that I remember. Wait, there was a third man.
By the way,
He took the apple.
extremely sudden beard.
He wore a black robe, like a monk. And I think... a missing finger. See, Katerina, I have to go, right away.
Of course. Then you will need this as well.
The map Niccolo spoke of. Your husband.
Ex-husband, mio caro. He swore he'd uncovered the locations of all the codex pages. You will recover the apple, but you will never find the vault without this.
It's in Rome.
You know, there is an abbey in the wetlands near here, where I've seen monks wearing black robes. I'd start there. Now go. Find us a Stramaladetto monk.
I think I'm going to miss you, Katerina.
Oh, I know you will.
So, like I said, the game just kind of lacks a little bit of polish here and there. And the fact that just all of a sudden, beard is one of the things that always bothered me about this. It really is just out of nowhere, too. Just, hey, beard. You guys like beards, right? Because we got that. Sugar Belle, she doesn't have a beard. At least I don't know if Sugar Belle, do you have a beard? Either way, thank you very, very much. As ever, much appreciate those subs, especially those Twitch Prime subs. Thank you. Would you like to put that towards anything? Yeah, he was healing from a stab wound for 1,000, 10,000 years. I don't know. I prefer the beard in Revelations, too. He looks awesome in Revelations. Holy crap. Ezio looks like frickin' amazing in Revelations. I wish I looked that good now. Hey, guys. Sorry, need to be in here. Nothing personal. I don't think I've slept with your boss yet, so I guess I can kill you. I'm not an assassin. Well, okay, I guess I am. Whatever.
Poor tangled mass of flesh.
This hero's luck will hold me prey, and when he blazes... All these stinking presents must not be tolerated in our city.
Hold tight. Hang on. On me.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't laugh, just the timing of that. Look, screw the bards, okay? They're not as bad as the ones in AC1. The beggars are awful in AC1. If I ever do a proper remake of AC1, you know, after I take over the world, that's like one of the first things I want to change about AC1 is the freaking beggars. Second thing I want to get rid of is the water-soluble thing. You know what I would do? Real talk for a second. I would make at least two difficulties to Assassin's Creed 1. Difficulty 1 would be, you know, the normal difficulty. That would, you know, get rid of the water solubility and probably smooth out the combat. Difficulty 2 would be like precision mode or something like that, or Altair mode, something. I'd come up with some kind of term for it. The whole point is you basically have to do everything pretty much perfect. You can't fall, you can't get detected, you know, nothing, right? In other words, it would be kind of like, there's a Metal Gear Solid term for that, like big boss ranking or whatever, which means you can't be detected, and you can't die, and you can't kill, and like all these other requirements. It would be something like that. Yeah, a super assassin mode. And that difficulty would basically enforce that kind of a challenge into the gameplay. Yeah, the Foxhound thing, yeah. So, that's what I would do, because I think that would be awesome, actually. Especially if you smooth out some of the issues with the game. Perfect sync mode, I do kind of like that. Yeah, similar to Hotline Miami. And, you know, obviously the Metal Gear Solid stuff everyone's been mentioning. Well, I hope you'll at least be able to get that X-ray soon, then! Exclamation mark. This is getting ridiculous. My mother has not been well for how long now? Alright. I'm not gonna get all those. What I am gonna do is go this way. Maestro mode. That would make sense, actually. No, 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 mentor mode. There you go, mentor mode. That's where it's at. Yeah, me too, Sovacom. She's going to be able to see the doctor for a couple of minutes tomorrow to get a prescription for an x-ray, because you need a script to get an x-ray. Because... anyways. Then at some point, she's hopefully going to be able to find a place that will actually then give her an x-ray. She will probably have to pay for that out of pocket, because as we've already discussed, they will not accept her insurance. Yeah, that's why I showed that stuff off on camera, Karen's. The final stuff, I mean. I'm going the wrong way. Listen, people being sick and dying doesn't matter as long as we get money and paperwork, okay? I'm sorry, that's not even a controversial statement at this point in time. Whatever. Whatever. It's funny, some people think I am anti, health insurance, anti-government-sponsored health care or whatever. I'm not sure why people think that. The only thing I've ever done is pointed out how it's not actually free healthcare. It's paid from other sources, you know? Look at the tax breakup in Germany sometime. That's all I was trying to point out, is the economics of healthcare. Doesn't mean I don't want healthcare to be given to people. Now what? Oh, I'm trying to find the dude. Right. It's also worth noting that well, I don't want to get too much into this, but basically that there have been some places who have done universal healthcare basically wrong. Too few doctors, too few actual, scripts, medicine, too few nurses, too few pharmacists, which leads to a situation where it's free, but there's a line. A nice, big line. Right? I'm sure some of you know what I'm talking about. That's not what I meant. Whatever. See you around, Negadai. Good fortune on the exam. But, I mean, we here in the States have actually had... Hang on just a second. There we go. We here in the States have actually had a problem where we have just had so few nurses and pharmacists for, a really long time, honestly.
Blessings on you, brother.
Grazie. I wonder if you can help me.
What do you seek?
A monk in black robes who lacks one of his 10 fingers.
Well, Brother Guido has only 9 toes. You sure it wasn't a toe?
Quite sure.
And then there's Brother Domenico, but it's his entire left arm he's lacking.
Again, quite sure it was a finger.
Now wait a moment. I do recall a black-robed monk with 9 fingers. Yes, of course. When we had our last San Vincenzo's feast at the Abbey.
Yes, I know the place. I'll try there. Grazie.
Go in peace, brother.
I always do.
Well, there's also an attached problem to that, Larian. What is critical to you is not critical to someone else. And how do you know if someone has something that's critical or if they're lying, right? This is, of course, entering the realm of the hypothetical, but imagine for a moment if, oh my god, I need critical care. And it was actually just something, you know, relatively small scale or small problem. And at that point, of course, you know, how do you determine, like, how do you fleece the line to determine if it's actually critical or not? All I'm trying to say is that life sucks and everyone dies, the end. There's nothing good in the world or the universe, and we should all just accept that. I'm kidding. Half kidding. But as Decoding points out, that is why a patient should not diagnose themselves. Whenever I go to a medical professional nowadays, I just say, here's my symptoms. I have never open a conversation with, this is what I think it is. No, don't do that, don't do that. Here's my symptoms. Figure it out. You gonna let me go down? There we go. Listen, I hear this assassin guy's a really good guy. He's got 500 friends. Check these out. Yeah. Good guy. Yeah, I've simply worked with and around too many medical people in my life. Don't self-diagnose. You can do it for yourself, privately, for what you think you have. You know, the more you know, the more you're actually able to figure out what you need, too. That is actually a legitimately useful skill. If you have actual medical knowledge to actually look into it, by all means, do so. But when you actually go to the doctor, or the nurse, or the diagnostician, don't tell them what you think you have. Tell them your symptoms. They'll figure out the rest. And if they don't, and they're crap, well, that's their fault for being crap. Music in this section. 500 innocences. I don't have a dog, so I guess I don't know the answer to the question, Doctor Who. I've never actually had a dog my whole life. Here in the state, well, I shouldn't say here in the States. In my experience, nurses tend to be on the highest end of the competency scale, followed by, I'd say, pharmacists, then pre-med students, you know, people who are doing out their terms. And below that, I would put clerks, and below that, I would put doctors. That's not a joke. Oh yeah, never rely on the internet to diagnose you either. Yeah, no, doctors are notoriously incompetent. The biggest problem most doctors tend to have is they tend to be zoomed in a little bit too much. I'm a doctor of such and such. Therefore, obviously what you have is a such and such. But no. General practitioners, I mean...
Excuse me, brother. I wonder if you can...
Unholy demon! Get away!
What's wrong?
You're the one who killed Brother Stefano! Brothers, the killer of monks has returned!
Who? What, who are you talking about? What? Yeah, that's totally who I was aiming for, game. That's also who I was aiming for. What are you doing, game? Oh my god! What is with... No! No! And... fail. Did you see that? Alright, he's right next to me. Down! Like 20 feet that way. At least it's right here. Checkpoints. Someone do me a favor. Look up when Grand Theft Auto 4 came out, please. Are you gonna load, game? We just failed while it was loading.
I want no part of this! I can't die!
No! That one! The one with the targeted reticule over his face. What is wrong with you, game? Jesus!
Please, no. I don't want to die.
I only kill those who kill others. And your brother Stefano was a killer. I'm sure you are no such thing. Now, listen to me. I'm looking for a black-robed monk who's missing a finger.
Missing a finger, you say? Do you mean like Fra Savonarola?
Savonarola.
Who is this? You know him?
I did. He was one of us for a time.
And then?
We suggested he retire to a hermitage for a good long time.
I'm afraid to say his retreat has come to an end. Where would he have gone?
Oh dear. Santo Spirito? In Firenze? It's where he studied. Perhaps it's where he would return.
I thank you. Go with God, brother.
Yeah, so any student of history, by about the point you get to this part of the game, it's just like, oh, I know what's coming. I know where we're going with this. I mean, I asked nurses, Saldir. My ear thing I had recently, I talked to a nurse about that. And I got an accurate diagnosis. Twice.
Hey, Desmond. I think I repaired that busted memory. Why don't you try
Okay,
opening it?
so we do definitively have the DLC. We're cool. Oh, you'll see, Malachor. Don't worry, we're going to be personally involved with Savonarola over the next several minutes. Also, I have to just admit something. You guys remember how I mentioned how much I hated the binary nature of the don't get detected missions? And I told you a story about one mission where I actually got detected as I was descending to kill the guy that was my target by the guy I was killing, and so I failed the mission. That's in this DLC, so that might happen again, just letting you know. Anyways, so here we are. A little bit of historical context. When this game came out, what happened is previous to now, several bits previous to now, all of a sudden Rebecca's like, hey, there's something weird going on with the data. It's like broken fragments of the code. I don't know what's going on. We're just going to bump you ahead. And then you basically skipped forward very awkward and jerkily in the story to, I want to say, memory fragment 14 or something like that. I forget if it was 2 or 1 sequence, but it was a clunk, and then you just skipped forward. And then if you wanted to see this stuff, you had to go buy the DLC and then go and actually replay it. As I've told you guys, I didn't play this franchise until Brotherhood came out. So by the time Brotherhood came out, this DLC was out, so I happened to get the copy with the DLC in it, so I could just play it in one cohesive sequence, the way I am showing it to you here. So yes, we're about to go see a fanatic who has a brain device. Remember, this particular apple has the capacity to influence, mind control, illusion people's brains. And this is Savonarola, which I know I'm pronouncing wrong, and I don't care because he's a bastard. This guy, he is a fanatic.
Only a tenth of his father's talent. We'd still have some place to call home.
Oh, for Christ's sake, fine. Hang on, I gotta go become anonymous really quick. Excuse me. So yeah, this is the Bonfire of the Vanities. If you don't know what it is, don't worry. It will be on camera. We'll be showcasing it. But again, for those students of history, this was just kind of a, oh crap moment. No, not a Templar. This is not a Templar or an assassin. He has nothing to do with the war or the conflict between the two sides. He's just crazy. Even historically, he is recorded as being basically crazy. And that's ignoring his policies. I mean, Kay, you sound like you're joking, but, I mean, Kay's got a very valid point. This man was so crazy he was able to successfully use an apple. Remember, not everyone can do that.
Never should have welcomed that mad monk into the city. Look at all the misery he's wrought.
I do like these ones, Gabe Mart, but I've always had a thing for the Brutus armor in... I'm pretty sure that's Brotherhood. Yeah, this is pretty much straight up Library of Alexandria situation here. Arguably not as bad, although fortunately or unfortunately we do know more about the Bonfire of the Vanities
So willing to accept his oppression.
than we do about the burning of Alexandria. Remember, there's quite a bit of the burning of Alexandria library is still in the debatable range because it's so old and so few records exist of it. This, we're pretty sure what happened here. It made a lot of sense, actually, if I might be so bold, to go ahead and make the apple behind this. In fact, honestly, I think a lot of things that they ascribe to the apple...
I wish the assassino would return to Firenze. And we might be free of his tyranny.
It's just a myth. A story parents tell their children.
No. My father saw him years ago in San Gimignano.
Sure. Se lo dici tu.
If you say so. One of the things I think that was one of the more brilliant aspects of this series and its inclusion into modern history, and history in general, was the fact that they used the apple as a way to explain a lot of things where one person was really influential or managed really great feats that otherwise, you know, are hard to properly explain away. The fact that in real life a lot of these things happened without the apple is actually kind of messed. And the more you think about it, the more messed it is.
Salve, Ezio. You picked a fine time for a homecoming.
Then it's true. Savonarola has taken control of Firenze.
Yes. No doubt aided by that treacherous artifact.
We should get to work on retrieving it.
That may be more complicated than you think.
When isn't it? Why don't you fill me in on things?
Walk with me.
Key.
It all started a few weeks ago. The man everyone once reviled was suddenly the one they worshipped.
Ah, the apple.
Only in part. It's not the city he's enthralled, but its leaders. Men possessed of influence and power. They, in turn, oppress the citizens and ensure his will is done.
The people act as if they have no say in the matter.
Rare is the man willing to oppose the status quo. And so it falls to us to help them see the truth.
Me too, Maz.
Those bodies bear the emblem of the Borgia.
Yes. The Spaniard keeps sending his soldiers into Firenze. And Firenze keeps sending them back. Usually in pieces.
Then he knows the apple is here as well. An unfortunate complication. Qui, let's do it.
I'm sorry, the timing of that was hysterical. Look at all these corpses! One up sound. Thank you very, very much, Lamu. First of all, what would you like to put that that subscription towards? Second of all, of course I hugged Leonardo. Come on. I agree, Kay. Surprisingly, for someone who is effectively a madman, Savonarola here actually was pretty smart about how he approached this situation. I would almost say he did what I would probably do with the apple. That's not quite true, I gotta be honest. If I had an artifact like the apple, my first thought would be to not use it. I'm not big on mind control. I know. Wild. Do I have to kill you guys? Alright, alright. You insist. Give me just a second, Lamo. I don't want to die here. Well, most everyone who ever gets a hold of the apple tends to have no problem figuring out how to use it, you notice. Like, this guy was just some random crazy monk, and he figured it out. Now, Gabe Mart there, he'd use the apple every day. He'd be like, alright, yep, I want to be at the front of this grocery store line. He'd use the apple to do that. And they'd be like, you know what? I also want to get this, you know, cheesecake for free. And then he'd get the cheesecake for free. Thank you, Gabe Mart. Thank you very, very much. What would you like to put that towards? So the earlier one, Lamu, towards RE2. So noted. Thank you again. True enough, Mad Overlord. Although I am both mad and stupid, so it's quite a curse, let me tell you.
No!
Oh no! Machiavelli! Oh my god, Machiavelli! Machiavelli! Oh, for Christ's sake. I think the man had never assassinated before. You'll notice, by the way, the game is throwing a lot more mass groups of enemies at us. Did you notice that? That's going to be a trend basically for the rest of Ezio's entire thing. Oh my god, there's so many men here! Hug for you. Hug for you. Hug for you. Anyone else want any hugs? I'm giving away free hugs. Hug for you. Oh, I didn't hug you. Okay, I'll hug you instead. I'm still not sure what I think of the Shazam movie, although I might go see it, assuming I have people who want to see it with me. Hugs are wonderful. Everyone, come on in for a hug.
There he is.
Or don't, game. That's cool, too. I mean, I didn't want to hug that guy. I'm actually not a hugger, really. I'm more of a leaper. I'm a glomper. That's right. We got a hug or glomp. Those are our two options. I'm told I give really good hugs in real life. But at this point in time, the only person I hug is my niece. I guess I hugged my family when I was out in Vegas, but you know, that doesn't count. Hey, what's up, hugs? Hugs! Oh, that's a double hug. We're getting all huggy in on here. Look at this. Come on, hug it out, hug it out. So, okay, we've been dancing around it. What exactly was the Bonfire of the Vanities, right?
Seguing a direct assault would be dangerous.
Or not, we're not there yet, hang on.
But what other option is there?
Aside from the city leaders, the people's minds are their own, correct?
Si.
And they follow Savonarola not by choice, but force and fear?
Si.
Then I propose we use these to our advantage. If we can silence his lieutenants and stir up discontent, he will be distracted, and I will have a chance to strike.
Clever. I'll speak with La Volpe and Paola. They can help to organize the uprising as you free the districts.
Then it's settled. I'll take care of his abettors.
So noted, Gabe Mart. And thank you again. You'll notice, by the way, the structure of these missions is also completely different from the stuff that we've been seeing before now. You can kind of tell that this is DLC. Not saying it's a bad or a good thing, just it's a noticeable thing. Okay, how do you not know what glomping is? Oh my goodness, Shadow. You're fired. I'm gonna need you to immediately tell me what would happen to the sun. Since you still haven't. So, a glomp is basically a running tackle hug. Kind of like what I've been doing, except, you know, without the sword. Ah, here we go.
Seek salvation in the flames.
Yeah, seek salvation in the flames, ladies and gentlemen. Burn your books. Burn all the books. They're wrong. Art is wrong. The brush, the pen, the sculptor's clay. These are the devil's tools. They have been put upon you. It has been put upon you to cast off these abominations and consign them to the flames, that you may be cleansed and that you may be free. Here, you know what? Go this way. Thanks. So that's a new thing they added for this DLC. They don't do much with it, but it's a thing. Do you mind getting out of my way? Thanks. Appreciate it. I do have the disarm, yes. And so I thought myself an altruist. Oh, here you go.
Died to those who had lost their faith. But in truth, I was deceived. The devil is a crafty sort. His manipulations many. When you break the rules, we break you.
God damn it, now he's fleeing. What? No! What the hell? Oh, God! Hey, do you mind getting out of my way? Appreciate it, thanks. It's my Olympic sprinter comedy. There we go. That's a glom.
What have I done? What have I done?
Your actions were not your own.
But they were. My own self-doubt let him hold me as he did. I am sorry.
As am I. Non è una scelta che compio a cuor leggero.
This is not a choice I make lightly. Hey guards, we're cool, right? I mean, he deserved to die. Well, I guess that's actually not true either. He wanted to die? That's kind of true. It's like truth. I mean, facts are meaningless. You can use facts to prove anything. Yeah, these missions are rough, in all seriousness. There's a pretty good chance I will actually fail several of these several times. I'm just gonna admit that nice up in front. Oh, I'm terribly sorry. Terribly sorry. Please, please forgive me. I climbed this wall in penance for my difficulties. Oh god, the boat mission. Oh, I forgot about that until you said something. Sorry guys, you were in my way. We're gonna do the best we can, guys. But remember, we don't really have cheats, so we have to do the best we can. At least we have the Altair armor.
Come, gather round. Listen well to what I say. The end approaches. Now is the time to repent, to beg God's forgiveness.
God's like, dude, we're cool. What? I just like to think that God's up there right now. It's like, what?
Are all around us. Unrest, famine, disease, corruption. These are the harbingers of darkness. We must stand firm in our devotion. Lest they consume us all. I see you, Doc, that you think me mad. But did Rome not say the same of Jesus? Know that I too once shared your uncertainty, your fear. But that was before Savonarola came to me. He showed me the truth. At last, my eyes were opened, and so I stand before you today in the hope that I might open yours as well. Understand that we teeter upon difficulties. On one side, the shining, glorious kingdom of God. On the other, a bottomless pit of despair. Will you turn back to the Lord? Or will you cast yourself into darkness?
What? What? What the... What the hell was that? Oh, for Christ's sakes, game. By the way, notice how many guards are following me right now? Just notice that for a moment. For once, I'm basically trying to avoid combat, because that's going to be arduous at best. And, you know, death at worst. There we go.
You're mine.
See you around, Dakota.
Since it is your own.
Not all of us require deception.
to be convinced. I already believed. All I said is true.
Nothing is true. Non è un compito facile il mio.
This is not an easy thing I do. Yeah, no kidding. Also, someone go stab Terra for me really quick. Just for okay.
Faster! We're losing him! There he is! Laju! He's losing us!
Yeah, that guy totally deserved it. That's true, Fenrir. In Brotherhood, we are truly a death machine. Like, no really style. Now, I don't want to be a good assassin, I just want to be a good video game player, that's all. You'd think that wouldn't be asking too much, but, you know, whatever. It is actually funny, if I could complain for just a second. For probably one of the only times I feel completely comfortable playing this game. I'm not exactly being super suave or awesome, but I don't feel like I'm struggling constantly like I do with several games I play on stream. I thus find it funny how many times I've had viewers make fun of me for being awful at this game. It's like, man. I don't even want to think about what this would be like if this is a game I'm not actually good at. Or tolerable at, whatever. You know what I mean. Oh yeah, so let's talk about that phrase. So the phrase is, all bards must die, right? Now, I think that's a good motto to live by, personally. But the other, for some reason, they prefer, nothing is true, everything is permitted. Now, I'm going to go ahead and be just completely honest about this one. I think that the nothing is true, everything is permitted is meaningless philosophical drivel. I mean that sincerely, by the way. I think that it's a nonsense phrase almost. You know, there's a specific type of phrase which is designed to sound deep and meaningful, but doesn't actually mean anything. And I think that's what this is. Now, in addendum to that, I have heard, oh gosh, at least 10 or so different interpretations of what that means. Which is, of course, part of the problem, isn't it? It is such an incredibly vague statement that it can be taken in just about any direction. Like, right? I have heard so many different people interpret it in terms of the gameplay, in terms of the lore of the assassins, in terms of the nature of the humans, in terms of the nature of the setting, about how, remember, math is an alterable thing in this setting, because nothing is true and everything is permitted. You know, I've heard all sorts of interpretations. So in other words, and let's just go ahead and say this as bluntly as we can, if this was on purpose, which Hazardous posits, if this is on purpose, then it is literally a phrase designed to mean nothing. It is a phrase that you are supposed to be able to turn into anything. Now, I'm not sure if that's true or not, but if it is true, it actually makes a small amount of sense, because that is the assassin's mentality in a nutshell, isn't it? It's all about freedom of choice and will. That's their big shtick. So ideologically speaking, their big credo being whatever you want it to be makes a degree of sense. So, yeah. If we are not willing to give them credence, then it's just them making up something that sounds neat. I'll be right back, guys. Excuse me. Yo ho, yo ho, a pirate's life for him.
Non si passa. Do you hear me? Until you've all submitted and given yourself over to the Prophet, Savonarola, this bridge will remain closed to you.
You must follow the Prophet. Hey, it's a condottieri.
You say you have things to do, places to go, obligations to fulfill. Ha! You have but one obligation, to submit. Why fight that? Why resist? The city is ours. Your precious medici have abandoned you, fled into the waste, to wallow in self-pity. Savonarola was the only
Okay.
free of vice and temptation. A people united by faith. All men are equal in the eyes of the Lord, and so they shall be in Venice.
Poor tangled mass of flesh.
This is a chance for us to turn over a new leaf, to leave behind our miserable past, and return to simpler times. I am here to help, to lead you into a new future. Only accept our gift. Continue to refuse, and I fear you'll have to contend with more than just a shuttered bridge. Understand, my intention is not to threaten. I merely seek to open your eyes to a greater truth. That times have changed. No, that times have changed. And nothing good will come of resisting. I hear you moaning and complaining.
Oh, he's looped.
Places to go, obligations to fulfill. Ha! You have...
Not you! Don't get away!
Which guy, Saldir? I don't understand your question, I'm afraid. I know, right, Fenrir? The fact that we went a really long time without a crouch is just weird to think about in hindsight. There have been several times where I've automatically been reaching to crouch, and, like, obviously nothing happens because it's not a thing. I can't crouch in this game. Okay, let's do it right here. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. We're cool. We're cool. I can be a decent
We're
assassin.
a noble's close. How is it Savonarola charmed you?
Wealth and power do not ensure contentment.
Citation needed.
And now instead, you have nothing. Questo non è che un atto dovuto. Requiescat in pace.
No, you don't understand. He was deliberately keeping the bridge closed to force people to convert to the Prophet, aka to Savonarola. Ezio isn't influenced because he's one of the hybrids. He has the Isu DNA. It's actually a specific shtick that, you know, people with Isu DNA are either resistant to or immune to, depending on the amount that they are, the effects of the artifacts of the Isu. Hello, Less Mercenary. Anyways, yeah, I was trying to be fancy, okay, sorry. So this is me hitting R1 plus X. Just for reference. Anyways. Yeah, we're doing the Bonfire of the Vanities right now, Lost Mercenary.
But you are not going anywhere!
What? Why? What did I do? Jesus, man. Well, no, I hit the Xbox Y. Or no, that was the Xbox A, sorry. No, they're literally hybrids, Fenrir. As I've described twice now, actually, the Isu... I mean, there's no nice way to say it. They had sex slaves. They had sex slaves. It's awful. Let's just get it out there. Is this the one? I think this is the one that I hate. So, let's just go do the one I hate really quick. Anyways, yeah, children happened, as, you know, like you do. Adam and Eve were not actually the first hybrids. They were simply among the earlier group of hybrids who decided to, you know, found the first rebellion and led to the Great War. Hello, his deviants. I suppose if I was to give my interpretation... Well, I guess I already did. That's a good interpretation, by the way, Sakage. I already gave my interpretation. The idea is that it is whatever you think it is. That's my interpretation. On purpose.
That's it. Come back anytime. Forgive me, noble one.
Keep burning those books, buddy. That one's for you, Shadow, because I imagine you would have done that in real life. Oh, I hope not, Gabe Mart. I've heard some people talk about setting a game set during the war. The Isu human war. Funnily enough, there's a decent amount of information about that war, but no information about the Neanderthals, or if they were involved at all. I've always had the personal headcanon that the Neanderthals were involved in that war, and that's one of the reasons why the humans were not instantly losing, basically. Because the Isu had gotten so... My theory, I'll just go ahead and tell you that, is that the Isu were getting so used to the idea of the Neanderthals fighting for them that it was actually the humans versus the Neanderthals, rather than the humans versus the Isu. And the Isu just kind of kept doing their thing.
We can ill afford to let their contents fall into the wrong hands.
So this is the Merchant. This is a Don't Be Seen mission. This one, I hate this one. This isn't the worst one, but...
How tough the holdouts are.
So this is a Don't Be Seen. If I get seen, it's over.
If they want to eat, they'll accept Savonarola as their leader. How the Medici family can still hold any sway in this city is beyond me.
Yeah, this mission sucks. I mean, honestly, as I said before, I don't care for any of the instant fail missions. So we're actually being cautious for once.
Savonarola will lead us into a new era.
That was close. That should have failed me right there.
Equality and justice. All that remains is for us to cast off the shackles of our troubled path and accept the Lord as our savior and true leader. I want to stop. Ora!
Knew that was coming too. So I was just thinking something in my head, and I didn't want to say it because I didn't want to jinx myself. I'm gonna go ahead and say what I was thinking now. You know what I hate most about these missions? I like the whole super precise, never be seen thing. I do. But what sucks is the first time you're seen, because then it's like, oh, well now I gotta do this all over again. And then you're seen the second time. And then you're seen the third time. And somewhere along the line it stops being fun. You know? God, I'm used to later boats where I can climb over a whole lot more of those. There's nothing to see here. It's nothing. God, Ezio, down, dude. Nope. Got seen. That's the other thing, too. You get more impatient on repeat attempts. Because it's like, damn it, I already did this. Yes, it was his demons. Good lord.
To think I once considered them my patrons. But that was before.
Yep, down, down. Nope. Waiting, waiting. Yeah, no kidding, Micro. Yeah, that makes sense, Salyer. Sorry, it took me a while to figure out what you were talking about. I'm like, wait a minute, how would that affect anything? Yeah, it never works though, hazardous. Telling someone to be patient is basically telling someone to hurry up. All you're doing is pissing them off. No, 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 no. I want to go over here, Ezio. There you go. Good boy.
If they want to eat, then accept Savonaro.
Moments like this, I would like to be able to zoom the camera out a bit more, too.
I've seen you once. Must have been a local up I never
Up? There you go. What was that splash? There's nothing. So this could go badly because there's a patrol that patrols behind me here. And there's that guy over there. But I need to get rid of that guy. Down, down, down. Or not, that's cool. I mean, I didn't really want you to go down. Look at him, he's just looking down like, what? I can't go down here. Whatever, we'll stay up then. Need to get both of these guys here in the same shot.
We'll see just how tough the holdouts are when they're forced to go without food.
Exactly.
If they want to eat,
Just go, just go.
Are the Medici family that should hold any sway in the cities beyond me?
Yeah, I was worried about the steering wheel.
To think I once considered them my patrons. But that was before the prophet opened my eyes.
We're just gonna leave this mode on here. I'm gonna need this for this one.
Then I saw the evils of commerce and the division it creates. Savonarola will lead us into a new...
Please go up. I know you can go up here. There you go. Yes, we are free. Me too, Omega. Okay, I need to be able to see the terrain.
We'll see just how tough the... What? What have I done?
You tried to force devotion.
Sometimes the people must be told what to think.
No good has ever come of that. Benché il mio cuore sia turbato, la mia mente è lucida. Requiescat in pace.
Okay, it's one of the two really bad ones done. Thank God.
After him!
I did, Maz. In fact, it got to the point where I would specifically only bring out certain henchmen because they were the ones I liked best. Okay, so... Now, what do you guys want to bet? Like, I'd say 50-60% chance odds that someone's going to be on YouTube saying, these missions are super easy. You're really dumb. All you have to do is insert specific strategy here. And then it would be done. You think Poop Dragon's hard? Sorry. So, yes, I am playing past AC2. I'm playing AC2, Brotherhood, and Rev on camera. At some unknown point in the future, I'll also be doing the Kenway trilogy. Past that, I'm not sure. Call that a maybe. Is this the other really hard one? The Doctor. Yeah, let's just get that over with. Let's just get that over with. Pretty sure the Doctor's the other hard one. Exactly, Hazardous. I just gotta get good, guys. See, this is why I like most of you. And I mean that with total sincerity. You're, you know, decent people.
Bring me your sick and wounded.
You know one thing I like a lot about Assassin's Creed Revelations? The fact that they accurately recreated Altair's, you know, post-killing scenes for Revelations, you know what I mean? That remains an Altair thing. Is what I'm trying to say. Yeah, Malachor, he's just terrifying. Oh my god, that man. He looks at me and he's like, I'm gonna kill you, and he means it. My goodness.
I tend to get violent when I'm disappointed, so...
Your orders are simple. Keep watch.
Yeah, this is it.
And ensure no harm comes to the bundles of Fieno. It may seem a mundane task, but it is critical nonetheless.
Wait, this isn't the Doctor. This is the farmer.
They'll lose the means to resist. They will be forced to stand down.
Maybe this isn't it. Yeah, this isn't it. This isn't it. My bad. This isn't it. We're cool. We're cool. Although that is a perfect example of what I was talking about. I was detected for about 0.3 milliseconds. As my blade was entering his eye, he detected that the blade was there. This freaking game, I swear.
Stand down. Already, many have fallen into line. They require clothes, food, shelter, water, and all of these things are born of pain.
Oops, wrong button. It's my fault. See, this... Someone earlier made the joke that the guards are all psychically linked. That's kind of how I always thought of this, too. It's like... Because the guy who sees you is like, oh my god, no! Like, in the milliseconds as the blade is entering his brain, he's like, guys, he's right here! Alright.
I hear you grumbling. You think this post.
Okay, apparently that was too far. That sounds like great. Yeah, they're the Oblivion Guards. That's exactly right. Halt! You violated the law. Then pay with your blood. I can't even do it. I can't even do it without losing my voice. Okay.
They require clothes, food.
Where's it? There it is. Come here. Thank you.
I hear you grumbling. You think this post a waste of time? But you must understand. Our very existence depends upon keeping all of this secure. You don't believe me, do you? Let me explain. The Fieno feeds our horses. They, in turn, pull our carts, which transport our goods to other cities where trade is conducted. In this way, our economy...
Why would he, Losmer? If you saw some guy slip out of a bay harrow, stabs or a pile of hay, stab someone and drag them back into it, what would you have done?
Wool, meat, and milk, to name a few. Fieno must not fall into enemy hands.
Damn it, I don't remember if he patrols over here. I really don't.
It is vital to our continued success.
I don't think he patrols over here. Damn it. I'm gonna have to get over there. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. I said, don't mind me! People. So rude. Perfect. Hi! "1920s, huh? I myself have said World War I is as far forward as I would go. I've said that many times. I mean, I could see it work, but the problem, and I say this as a problem, the thing for me is I think that would work best if we basically made it a Mafia game. Not literally the Mafia franchise. I mean, like, focused on, you know, the mob scene of the Depression era, you know? The pre-World War II mess. Damn, he's too far away. That's an interesting question. I imagine given the various families, the Mafia wouldn't be one side or the other, it would be both. He's not going to come close enough. That's okay, this is my opening right here. No! Why did you leap? Why did you leap? I was...
Without this most basic resource, they lose the means to resist. They will be forced to stand down. Already, many have fallen into line. They require clothes, food, shelter, warmth, and all of these things are born of Fieno. I hear you proud. You think this post a waste of time? But you must understand. Our very existence depends upon keeping all of this secure. You don't believe me, do you? Let me explain. The Fieno feeds our horses. They, in turn, pull our carts, which transport our goods to other cities, where trade is conducted. In this way, our economy is made
He's too far away.
And then there is the livestock. Cattle and sheep require Fieno for sustenance. And as you know, they provide us with all manner of things. Wool, meat, and milk, to name a few. Do you see then? Why the Fieno must not fall.
Right, that doesn't work in this game, does it?
So do not dismiss the work you do here. It is vital to our continued success.
They hear my door? I don't know if that counted or not, but whatever.
You would have let your own people starve. And for what?
Too long I suffered their insults. They called me simple and low class. I wanted their respect.
I'm afraid you do not have mine. Per quanto sia penoso il
Though the
trapasso,
passing may be painful,
lieto sarà il
it
tuo
will be a
sonno.
gentle sleep.
Requiescat in pace.
So, that one's dealt with. You notice how almost all of these guys are kind of awful? Not all of them, but most of them are not great, you know? They're the kind of people who, it's like, oh, he's part of a cultist organization. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, we're not at the doctor yet. I thought that was the doctor, but I'm wrong, obviously. Because that was the farmer. Of course they're not on the map. Why would they be on the map? Whatever, just walk this way. Swim this way. Do, do, do. Agreed, Nerdman. The crouch. Yeah, crouch was a good ad. I like the faster climbing. I like the, you know, the ship stuff. But the crouch was definitely one of the better overall additions to the franchise. I sometimes wonder, from a purely philosophical bent, if there is such a thing as a person who will not become a horrible person under the right circumstances. You know what I mean? I don't mean doing horrible things. Just about anybody will do horrible things for the right reason. I mean becoming a horrible person. But that's getting into philosophy. And the nature of reality. Of course, I'm also one of those people who very, very firmly believes that power does not corrupt. You know, it's funny you bring that one up, Hazardous, since, you know, part of, oh god, I can't think of his name. I can't think of his name, it's Gordon. But anyways, part of Gordon's point was that he didn't. One bad day did not ruin Commissioner Gordon. Jim! That's his name, Jim.
Something is wrong here.
Another
What is
challenge.
everyone?
Excellent. Savannah Roller warned me that some would oppose our rule. And so I devised this little trap to ferret out those foolish enough to play at hero. It's proven to be both entertaining and effective. Incoming, Chamo!
Yeah, one bad day did definitely ruin Soups in the, Wow! That's just literally superhuman feat there. We'll just go. Anyways, yeah, in the... Oh god, what's the name of that series? It's not Infamous. You know, I really hate fighting these guys. Injustice, thank you. It's not Infamous, it's Injustice. Yeah, Injustice, that was pretty much the whole point, is that the Joker successfully ruined Superman. Which, in a really, really, really messed up way. This is like the easiest one of them, by the way. It's just combat, basically.
Distinction, fame, rewards either physical, spiritual, or both. So which are the validation you desire, or perhaps penance for some old deal? Did your father abuse you? Did other children tease you? Did a lover spurn you?
I mean, I've been spurned by plenty of lovers. I don't think that made me a killer.
A form of insecurity.
I don't think anything made me a killer. Come on. Why is my counter not working? Did I not counter these guys? I was countering earlier. Yeah, whatever. True, Game Mart.
You can't hold out forever.
Funnily enough, I have a quote myself, Hazardous. You know who you really are when you're at your best, and when you're at your worst. I've experienced one of those. God dang it, let me counter! I've got to be doing something wrong. Is it just timing based? Is that what I'm screwing up?
Remember your training, man! Strike! Just be ready to strike when the time is right.
Well, what's funny is I was doing it earlier with these same guys. At least I thought it was the same type of troops. Working on it, Nerdman. Sorry. Taking a while. Because these are the Dodgers. Easily the most irritating enemies in this game.
You wanna fight? You got it.
Apparently not. I really hate getting knocked off when I'm doing stuff in this game. Huge irritant. Hey, what's up? I got him!
Is this truly who I was? So proud and cruel.
No. Savonarola bewitched you.
Did he? Or was it that I tasted power and found myself intoxicated? I wish I had been stronger.
As do I. Mi rincresce, ma non c'è altro modo. Requiescat in pace.
You are not going anywhere! Get here! Move and vigili now! Hurry, I'm losing it! I've traditional remedies and the wisdom of the Arabic. Move! Come, friends. I've fresh caught leeches today. Drink something, you idiot. Stop it! You look strong. Get all ready.
Who taught you to move like that?
There! He's both.
You shouldn't.
There he is! Lajo!
That's what I was thinking of. I don't actually remember where to buy smoke bombs, though. So, answering questions in order. Shadow asks, why don't I use a sword? I don't like it as much. I find sword gameplay in this game to be acceptable. But for the most part, it's just not better than the Hidden Blade. The Hidden Blade is really the only weapon you'll need. Now, that being stated, I am obviously failing at that. Because as someone in chat also said, the counter window on the Hidden Blade is much tighter, and I just kept failing at it. It really was just user error at that point. So maybe I should just go ahead and accept that I'm not as good at this game as I used to be and just try to, you know, use a real weapon. It'll be the next game where I'll use nothing but the Hidden Blade, right? To answer Doctor Who's question, there are several sports that I find interesting. Obviously, Formula 1, basketball, football, and I guess that's it, really.
You must not disrupt our work. Firenze is sick. It's our duty to cure her.
How? By forcing our people to follow a madman?
It is unwise for you to challenge those in power.
Yes. Well, that is about to change.
No! You won't take me! Savonarola will know of your treachery! Guards! Guards!
Nope, this is the Nobleman.
Not you! He's there, on him! Savonarola is our savior!
I used to follow boxing. Back when Tyson was still an up-and-comer and clawing his way to the top. That was the last time I really followed boxing. So it's been a while, obviously.
The people agree, else they would not follow as they do. Savonarola warned of the step.
I was a victim. It's not my fault.
No, you made the choice.
It charmed me. With that thing.
Only because you allowed it. Lo faccio per il popolo. Requiescat in pace.
No, I don't really follow Blitzball. Now, playing Blitzball, I do that all the time. I'm kidding.
What skill?
Yeah. I don't think Ezio knows at this point in time that you, well, that most people can't resist the apple.
Well, now, what's he doing? You are not allowed.
So, most favorite AC characters overall. Let's get the obvious ones out of the way. Ezio, Edward, Adewale, Hatham. That's 4 already, with just the obvious ones. Oh, no, I wanted to do this one next.
Down or die! Sanju, merda! Get him!
Did he just fell to his death? Okay. Yeah, I'm torn between the 5th because I actually I like Bayek, I like Altair, I like Rebecca, I like Sean. I like Rodrigo. As I said before, I find him to be an interesting villain. Of those, I'd probably go ahead and put Bayek at the number 5 slot. Bayek was a really interesting character to me.
Omnipotens Deus, Rex Regum, et omnium gubernator.
Damn it, I'm going to end up doing the Doctor last, aren't I? Whatever. See you around, a pack of 12 ninjas. I could have used the backup, but we'll see you around, hopefully. Least favorite 5 characters. Cesare... Right, this is a no detect mission. Cesare serves a very specific purpose in the story. He's mostly in contrast both to Rodrigo and to Ezio. Because, I mean, he is a stupid idiot, basically. He's a boorish thug who has no real subtlety or nuance to him, who is basically a moron. Who has managed to get as far as he could because of his martial skill and because of the political connections of his family. He's not badly written, though, and he's still interesting in his own right, so I don't think Cesare would be my bottom 5. But there's also just not as much to talk about in him. Yeah, he's definitely an example of stupid evil. For all of Rodrigo's problems, of which there are many, why is this not counting as failure?
Don't let them get away!
For all of Rodrigo's... There we go. What the hell, game? For all of Rodrigo's problems, he at least had a brain. Anyway, so, least favorite characters. So, if we count him, which I'd rather not, Elijah is easily my least favorite character in this game. Elijah sucks. The crocodile, yeah. Yeah. That lady... Wow. So Elijah would definitely be down. The Warren Vidic is definitely in my bottom 5. I get that the point was they wanted to make him unlikable, but they succeeded. You know what I mean? Warren Vidic is an extremely unlikable character. He's not just evil, he's a prick. Nope. Let's see. Honestly, I would probably put Daniel Cross down there too, just because he was a whiny prat who I got sick of, and who most of his actual characterization happened outside of the games. How many of you, when Cross just kind of suddenly shows up in Revelations, I believe, was like, who the hell's this guy? And yeah, I was actually thinking of Layla, I believe is her name. The woman who is the protagonist in both Origins and Odyssey, who is kind of a horrible person. Fine, we'll do this the safe way. How many am I up to? I haven't been keeping track. So we've got Warren Vidic, Elijah. I don't want to count Elijah. Elijah doesn't exist. So we got Warren Vidic, Daniel Cross, the Crocodile, Layla What's-Her-Face. So that's up to 4 now, if we're discounting Elijah, because I'd rather just pretend he doesn't exist. See around Hazardous. So who takes the coveted number 5 slot? Colgrim! No, I'm kidding. Colgrim's cool. Okay. So far, Nerdman, we are at the Crocodile. We're at the Crocodile, Elijah if he counts, which he doesn't. Warren Vidic, Daniel Cross. You know, I think I want to add Aita to this list. Basically all the sages that are actually Aita. Can I just do that? Kingdom Come, Malachor. That's an easy one. Kingdom Come is an amazing story arc. Oh my god, I can't remember my 5th character. That was awful. Or my 4th, actually, rather. Damn it, really? Layla, that's it. That's her frickin' name. Twitface. So yeah, that's my 5, Nerdman.
I thought he preached the word of God.
I fear his sermon is a lie.
I led my flock astray. It's just... I wanted so badly to believe.
We all do. Vedrò compiuta.
I will see my father's work completed.
Requiescat in pace.
Yeah, Layla's basically the new chosen one, too. And Daniel Cross, Nerdman. I only really had an issue with Connor's voice actor. Funnily enough, I actually got a decent amount of flack for speaking ill of his voice actor. This is going to go very well. Basically, the idea is once you kill them as they're dying, the effects of the apple stop influencing them. Well, that's a good question, Gabe Mart. I mean, yes. Yeah, I would say that Cassandra / Alexios do have character to them. I just don't, you know, like them that much. I will say that Cassandra and her voice actress were 2 of the better parts of Odyssey, considering that I didn't like that game at all. Yeah, I like everyone's just like, duh, duh, duh. Just another day. Alright. So So this is probably the awful one, then. Oh yeah, this is it.
It's quite simple, amici. If you desire care, you'll submit yourselves fully to our new ruler.
So this is another don't be seen. The doctor's right there, out in plain view, basically, out in the open. Sorry, lady.
My fault.
Oh yeah, there's also a lot of guards in this area.
My apologies.
I had a strategy for this. Let's see if I can remember it here. Okay, sure. Okay, up to the other side. This way. Now, the problem is there are rooftop guards here, because there's always rooftop guards, right? I mean, that's just how that works. So far, doing okay.
The choice is yours to make. Continue to support the Medici, who, as you know, have long since fled Firenze, or accept Savonarola.
Nope, 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 nope. Okay, good.
Why fight it? Why refuse? He is a good man, strong of character. It is what we need. Before Savonarola came to us, we were mired in sin, gluttony, lust, pride.
See, this is one of the reasons which makes this difficult. You can't just drop down and get him normally. He's too far under the lip.
We shied from the face of God. And why wouldn't we, shamed as we were at how that good?
I don't know if that counted, but that's my strat.
You have spilled the blood of a healer.
No. I've spilled the blood of a tyrant.
To command such power over the body, between this world and the next. It seems I grew intoxicated.
And now you grow still. La tua morte non sarà inutile. Requiescat in pace.
So yeah, that's my strat. Sneak right above him, lip down, fall, and then hit him quickly enough to kill him. Obviously, there's a little bit of timing involved in making that actually work, because it's entirely possible to simply not kill him quickly enough and for that to fall apart immediately. But you're probably thinking, wow, Lord, I thought you said that was the hard one. No, I spent forever on that guy. When I was prepping for this Lorerun, that's one of the missions I refreshed myself on because of how much of a problem I remembered having on that jackass. Well, I don't know if I'd call that a perfect strategy. That was probably me bomb jumping that, if I'm being honest. I'm sure there's much easier ways to do it, but that was the method that I came up with, and that's the method that worked for me.
Come, friends. May wellness remain your companion.
It's funny you say that, Savicom. About an hour. That's the lie. Closer to 2 hours.
I can't be bothered.
I basically didn't have time to prep for this Lorerun like I normally do. I spent about half an hour furiously creating notes for a lot of the stuff. Almost all of it's about the Isu, that's why we haven't really referenced it all that much yet. I spent about a half an hour making sure the game worked at all. And then I spent about an hour practicing in Revelations to make sure that I was good at it again. And I prepped for a couple of specific missions, which you have just seen one of. So anyways, that's most of the Bonfire of the Vanities. Now we have to go after Savonarola himself. A madman with an apple. Here's a nice guy. He just thinks that everything about human society is wrong and needs to be fixed, and he has the power to fix it. He is correct. He is right. He is good. He is the true way by which we can... You get my point. I covered that last week or the week before, no, I'm saying. I forget which, but I think it was last week. Actually, I did, Fenrir. If that's the one I'm thinking of. That's the one where you take out the tanks, right? Because that's the one I'm thinking of, and that's the one I prepped for.
What's got into him?
Let's get away. Stay back!
Yeah, what Geludo says is correct. This guy was hanged and then burned at the stake.
You've done well, Ezio.
What happens now?
Watch.
Silence! I demand silence! Why are you here? Why do you disturb me? You should be cleansing your home, cleansing yourself. There are bonfires to see, prayers to be said, penance to be done. You will do as I command. You will submit. No.
Find the apple, Ezio! It can't be far!
Of course, we're just standing here watching. You gonna let me run, game? No, of course you're not. That would be crazy. Do you want to... okay, you know what? Sure. Just this, let's just do this. Because it's actually a faster way to get down.
Run fast for a corpse!
Now I like to consider myself life disabled. I'm gonna fail this. I hate chase missions. I'm sorry. All that, we just watch this happen, and then... Oh, for Christ's sakes, really, game? You could have made that jump. I hate this game. Come on, go! Ugh, I hate these missions so much.
Well, aren't you special? Really special.
Just take your time, Ezio. It's cool. Everything's cool. We're cool here. I'm gonna go ahead and be real with you guys for a second. I failed this exact step of this game like 4 times when I was playing this on PC originally, with you know, with the keyboard controls and all that. I might be lowballing it. I don't remember. I remember getting really frustrated. Like, walk away from the computer for a few minutes to catch my breath, kind of frustrated. No. I'm not sure, Nerdman. I mean, we kind of know what would happen if Altair and Ezio interacted with each other. I like to think that both Ezio and Altair would kind of look down at Edward, especially at most of the points of his life, like before he really has his character growth, you know? Connor, Connor, I think, this is just my impression, but I think his action would basically be disrespect to the other protagonists. You know, I don't actually remember Game Art. They label them, they number them, but I don't remember if this is the apple. I don't think. Wait, hang on. I think that. Never mind. I think this is the apple. Yes, never mind. You're right. You're right. Because this is Altair's apple, just at this point in history. I think. Anyways, I don't know Syndicate, I don't know Unity. Bayek would just be like, hey! And he'd just be a bro. Bayek's just awesome. There's a reason he's among my favorite characters. He's cool. He would get along with everyone. Even Connor. Connor would be like, hey, Bayek, you want to go get a beer? And Bayek would be, yeah, sure, let's do it.
That's not my problem.
Sorry.
Hey, what the devil's taking?
Well, see, that's a ridiculous... I say ridiculous. At certain levels, the rules change. You know, this is a thing that I've noticed applies in most aspects of human society. At a certain point in history, at a certain point in the equation, the rules just don't apply anymore. For example, I could say, oh, well, you know, I could get $10,000, or I could work very hard and get $1 a day, and I'll make it work, you know, or something like that. You know, that doesn't apply if the 10,000 is made extreme. In other words, at extremes, things don't apply the same way, is what I'm trying to say, Salder. So in other words, yes, I would mind control the entire planet in order to prevent the world from being completely destroyed. Because we have reached an extreme. The rules no longer apply. Make sense? I would hate doing it, but I wouldn't hesitate. If the choice is the annihilation of the planet or not, done. No, but you'll burn. Have fun.
Show mercy.
No one deserves to die in such pain.
I don't know. I kind of want him to die in pain. Let's just watch for a minute. See what happens here. Ah, fine. Hang on. Oh, it won't let me. Okay, fine. I'm here.
It's you. I knew this day would come. Please, show mercy.
I have.
Go now, that you may be judged by your god.
Requiescat in pace.
Silenzio! 22 years ago, I stood where I stand now, and watched my loved ones die, betrayed by those I had called friends. Vengeance clouded my mind, would have consumed me, were it not for the wisdom of a few strangers. Taught me to look past my instincts. They never preached answers, but guided me to learn from myself. We don't need anyone to tell us what to do. Not Savonarola, not the Medici. We are free to follow our own path. There are those who will take that freedom from us. Too many of you gladly give it. But it is our ability to choose whatever you think is true that makes us human. There is no book or teacher to give you the answers. Show you the path. Choose your own way. Do not follow me. Or anyone else.
It is a good speech. It even leveled him up. He's gotten a mushroom now. Ezio doubles in size. Why do you say that, Saldir? So first of all, thank you, King Dunlop. As ever, I much appreciate you choosing to give unto me. Would you like to put that towards anything, King Dunlop? With that, I believe we're done with the DLC. That was the big one. I could see that, Gabe Mart. I think Connor especially would like how Ezio not only was an idealist, but practical idealist. There's a difference between someone who says, man, life would be awesome, or life could be awesome, and someone who makes life awesome. And let's be honest, Ezio went out of his way and slogged and bled and tried in order to make life awesome. I put it towards Max Time's choice. You got it, Max Time. What would you like to put that towards? And thank you again, King Dunlop.
May wellness remain your companion, friend.
Yeah, I'm actually missing one codex page, which is aggravating. I thought I'd been getting them all, but apparently I missed one somewhere along the line. Either way, if memory serves, we're actually kind of winding down here a little bit. Meanwhile, Max Time's thinking, I didn't ask for this. You say that, Sleepy Brown Bear, but secretly, all of those bards...
What's going on?
The data stream is corrupted. No, scratch that. This says it's incomplete. It's the codex pages. It looks like Ezio had them all when this memory occurred.
Oh, right.
Great. And how am I supposed to find them?
Hold on. It looks like Ezio has a map on him. He must have picked it up during one of the corrupted sequences. According to this, it'll show you the location of any missing codex pages.
So, where's the one I'm missing? Like I said, I'm a little upset here. I have actually been trying to get these as I go. Oh, gotcha, Saldir. Well, see, I suppose that's my point. Like I said, extremes push the boundaries of limitations, right? If a comet is coming to smash into the planet, then yeah, okay. But if... Let me use a direct example. Yes, of course, Max Time. If, I was trying to, it just wasn't letting me. If... Yeah, it's like, it's not letting me zoom in for some reason. So you're on Lost Mercenary. What Savonarola was thinking was more like, well, there's a cultural difficulty with our people, and our people have lost their way, and, you know... and with you, there we go. You know, or like, you know, it's all about, oh my gosh, you know, how there's a people aren't thinking the right things, you know. That's just not the same as far as I'm concerned. That's not an extreme. That anything that's in the realm of the debatable does not qualify as an extreme. A comet coming to smash into the planet qualifies as an extreme, you know what I'm saying? Let me put it to you this way, Saldir. For all that I rant about all of the problems that exist in real life, and there are many, even knowing everything that I personally think is wrong with the world, and there are many things that I personally think are wrong with the world, I would still not use the apple in order to mind control people to stop doing those things, with one exception. But even that's not an absolute. I swear there was a way to actually check this without, you know, doing it. Oh, God, am I just going to have to go find it? Oh, Jesus Christ. All right, here we go. Yeah, exactly, Vigilant. Like, when you get to an extreme, it's like, yeah, all right. Yes, I will do something wrong to accomplish a right. I'm not super happy about that. But there you are. Anyway, so Nerdman. Yes, the one example being microtransactions. How did you know, Saldir? No. I could see that, Gabe Mart. I mean, Shadowlink, that's not a invalid thing. You know, one of the things that I actually thought was an interesting idea that, of course, they didn't carry forward on, like, at all. In The Day After Tomorrow was the fact that the threat was the super, like, you know, like a helicopter's fuel freezing in midair. Like, that caught my attention. Like, whoa. I don't know, Key Knight. I see it. You know, Sora, Jacob, Evie. No. There it is. How did I miss that? Anyways, would I kill half of reality if it was the only way to save the other half? That's not... Okay, real talk, that's not something that people should have to consider. That's beyond normal human consciousness, that kind of a decision. Even if we just presume that Trafen there is the only human being in the entire world. He's the only one. Thank you very, very much for putting that towards Devil May Cry 5. Looking forward to that. It's probably out by now, isn't it? Like, that is a massive extreme. It's true. That is absolutely an extreme. But that is an extreme that it's like... It also leads me to something that I've never really gotten to talk about all that much. Oh, you're right, Lucky Gorilla. It is. Oh, that's just such an aggravation. No wonder I missed a page. It's because the game literally wouldn't let me get it. Excuse me.
Find this amusing, perhaps?
I find this hilarious.
On him! Madness!
Anyways. Oh, sorry. You're trying to flee. I'll let you flee. Run away. Run away. Now that being stated, let's talk about the concept of constructed circumstance. I know what you're thinking. What the hell is a constructed circumstance? If we were to sit down and come up with a what if, we could come up with a what if to basically justify anything or find a way around anything. The problem is, if you actually bring real logic into it, most of those kind of situations fall apart because they're designed to make a point rather than to actually be a literal thought exercise. Now, I'm not accusing any of you doing that. But my point being, like, how many times... I don't know if you guys have ever seen anyone do this, but how many times has someone been like, okay, what if... And then they come up with this absolutely ludicrous circumstance that would never exist under any real circumstances. You know, under these extremely insane circumstances that I've just invented right now, would you ever consider doing this thing that I'm trying to convince you that you would do? And then they'd be like, well, yeah, because you came up with these extreme, insane circumstances to specifically come up with a scenario that specifically engineers this to be the correct choice. Of course I would do it under those circumstances. You engineered it that way. Now, I've seen people do this in real life a lot, actually, but what really brought this to my attention was Star Trek Voyager. You see, Star Trek Voyager had a really bad habit of engineering very specific circumstances to make sure that, you know, whoever the character was who was supposed to be correct in the circumstances was correct. And it was a very common story trope, I guess, that they just kept using over and over in Voyager. To the point where it's just like, okay, this is the right thing to do. Why? Because a banana will be crafted, which will explode unless it's heated to 13 degrees centigrade, which can only be done with the light of the... I don't know. I'm bad at this, but you get the idea, right? Just extremely specific, like, oh, this is exactly how this would come into being. What? You know? Wait, no! See you around, Grey Wolf. Tuvix is actually a pretty good example of a specific time where they were like, okay, the only way to make this happen is this exact situation, blah, 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 blah. Potassium was secretly... Tuvix is a great example, Syldir. Another one is alliances. That the situation in alliances was specifically crafted to make Janeway right. There are other examples, I just can't think of them right now. Please forgive me. Actually, while I'm here, really quick. Damn.
Next time, then.
I'm not sure what I would have done to Tuvix. Because that's, you know... Well, it's a specifically crafted scenario, isn't it? We're not Pokemon! We're not! I'm sorry. You know. Just pointing it out. Hey, Leonardo, what's up?
Leonardo. Ezio, so good to see you. How can I help you? Haha! You found another one. How exciting.
Love you, Leonardo. Never change. Never change.
I think this is the key. If I just rewrite this line... And it works. Here, take it.
Ezio!
It is time, Uncle. Let us finish what you and my father started all those years ago.
Indeed. Perhaps now we can finally make sense of this prophecy, and put a stop to whatever it is the Spaniard is plotting.
We should start by locating the vault. The codex pages will lead us to it. Let's take a look.
Actually, Eitri, you are a Pikachu? Sorry. Nothing, you know, nothing personal or nothing. Hello. There we go.
Rodrigo Borgia, aka the Spaniard. A dark stain on human history, Rodrigo left a trail of blood a mile wide on his quest to unify Italy under the Templar banner. Anyone who opposed him ended up in little pieces inside a sack, or, if he was in a good mood, poisoned. Once he was crowned Pope, Rodrigo, or should I say Alexander VI, used his influence to wage war with any city that held out against the Templars. And then there were the rumoured X-rated atrocities. Hundreds of courtesans brought to the Vatican by the cartload, and the Pope's close friendship with his illegitimate daughter, Lucrezia. Oh yeah, and did I mention the killings never stopped? Throughout all his public debauchery, Rodrigo was quietly murdering his enemies behind the scenes, consolidating Templar power for the moment when they would seize control.
No, I think the assassins got weaker because they didn't have a long-term plan. Except for Ezio. I got a lot of reading to do. Give me a second. Give me a second. I have spent days with the artifact now. Or has it been weeks? Months? I can no longer be certain. The others come from time to time, offering food or distraction. They say I should separate myself from these studies. Malik has even suggested I abandon them entirely. But I am not ready to turn away. This apple of Eden will be understood. It must be. Is it a weapon? Is it a catalogue? Is it somehow both? He who increaseth knowledge increaseth sorrow. The philosophy of such a statement I can understand, but for it to be true, literally true. A society that wages wars with ideas and information in place of steel and swords. Its function is simple, elementary even. Dominion, control. But the process, the minions, the methods it employs, these are fascinating. Those subjected to its glow are promised all they desire. It asks only one thing in return, complete and total obedience. And who can truly refuse? It is temptation incarnate. I remember my own moment of weakness when confronted by Al-Mualim. My confidence shaken by his words. He who had just been like a father to me, now revealed to be my greatest enemy. Just the briefest flicker of doubt was all he needed to creep into my mind. But I vanquished his phantoms, restored my self-confidence, sent him from this world, freed myself. But now I wonder, did I really? For here I sit, desperate to understand that which I swore to destroy. This is why. The apple has a tale to tell. I sense the flickers of something great and dangerous. We are all at risk. It is my duty to do something about it. I must not, cannot, turn away until I have found the truth. By the way, as I mentioned, there are two possible reasons why Altair did not destroy the apple. This is the first reason. The second is the Juno reason. I just wanted to mention that really quick, because both of those reasons could be considered canon, because both of them line up with what we see. It's just, I prefer the non-Juno reason. Yeah, I know, right, Nerdman? What follows are the three great ironies of the Assassin Order. 1. We seek to promote peace, but murder is our means. 2. Here we seek to open the minds of men, but require obedience to a master and a set of rules. 3. Here we seek to reveal the danger of blind faith, but we are practitioners ourselves. I have no satisfactory answer to these three charges, only possibilities. Do we bend the rules in service of a greater good? If we do, what does that say of us? That we are liars? Frauds? That we are weak? Every moment is spent wrestling with these contradictions, and in spite of all the years I've had to reflect, I find no suitable answer, and I fear one may not exist. Nothing is true, everything is permitted. Does our creed provide the answer, then? That one may be two things, opposite in every way, simultaneously? And why not? Am I not proof? We of noble intent, possessed of barbaric means. We who celebrate the sanctity of life and then promptly take it from those we deem our enemies. Who are the ones who came before? What brought them here? How long ago? 75,000 years. It's actually worse than that. We don't know how long they were around before that, so they were probably in the 100,000 year ago range. Anyways, so little remains of them. What drove them out? What of these artifacts? Messages in a bottle? Tools left to guide us and aid us? Or do we fight for control over their refuse, giving divine purpose and meaning to little more than discarded toys? Robert de Sable may be dead, but his brotherhood survives. Though less conspicuous in appearance, I fear they remain a threat. Where once they proudly walked the streets, making them easier targets, now they retreat into shadows. It grows difficult to track them. What wicked things will they weave in the darkness? Our work will all be Our work will be all the more complicated for it. Already there are rumors of a movement on Cyprus. I'll have to investigate. It made me realize that our tactics too must change. It means an end to our fortresses, to the penchant for spectacular displays of public assassinations. We must weave our webs quietly, and we must do so differently than we have in the past. Though I ask my brothers to abandon their rituals, I do not ask they abandon their creed. This is what makes us assassins, not the removal of the finger, not a false promise of paradise, not the prohibition of poison. Our duty to the people, not to custom. If we must sneak, we will sneak. If we must use poison, we will use poison. If our blades can be used without removing fingers, we shall not demand they be taken. And we shall not manipulate our initiates with lies and parlor tricks. We shall speak plainly and honestly. We shall be remade anew. I had thought Adta would be the one to lead the rest, that I might lay down my blade and live life as a normal man. But I know such dreams are best left to sleep. Her face. I try to banish it from my mind as I remember the days and nights during which I chased her. Templar captors across the sea. I almost got to them in time. Almost. If I had been faster. Instead, I held her lifeless body in my arms, saw the terror reflected in her fixed, unblinking eyes. I hunted each man one by one, until all responsible were gone from the world. But there was no joy in this, no satisfaction or release. Their deaths did not bring her back, did not heal my wounds. After that, I was certain I would never feel for a woman as I had for her. I am fortunate to have been wrong. Why do our instincts insist on violence? I have studied the interactions between different species. The innate desire to survive seems to demand the death of the other. Why can they not stay hand in hand? So many believe the world was created by the hand of divine power, but I only see the designs of a madman, bent on celebrating destruction and desperation. Our origins seem chaotic, unintended, purpose and being instilled solely by the passage of time, imposed first by nature and later by men. Over time, any sentence uttered long and loud enough becomes fixed, becomes a truth, provided, of course, you can outlast the dissent and silence your opponents. But should you succeed and remove all challengers, what remains now is, by default, true. Is it truth in some objective sense? No. But how does one ever achieve an objective point of view? Well, the answer is that you don't. It is literally, physically impossible. There are too many variables, too many fields and formulae to consider. We could try, of course. We can inch closer and closer to revelation, but we'll never reach it, not ever. And so I have realized that as long as the Templars exist, they will attempt to bend reality to their will. They recognize there is no such thing as an absolute truth. Or if there is, we are hopelessly under-equipped to recognize it. And so in its place, they seek to create their own explanation. It is the guiding principle of their so-called New World Order, to reshape existence in their own image. It's not about artifacts. It's not about men. Those are merely tools. It's about concepts. Clever of them. How does one wage war against a concept? It is the perfect weapon. It lacks a physical form, yet can alter the world around us in numerous, often violent ways. You cannot kill a creed. Even if you kill all its adherents, destroy all its writings, these are a reprieve at best. Someone, someday, will rediscover it or reinvent it. I believe that even we, the assassins, have simply rediscovered an order that predates the old man himself. Attis, Dionysus, Horus, Krishna, Mithra, Jesus. Similar stories color their lives. Too similar, I think. Divine birthright, persecution, disciples, miraculous act, resurrection. How is it possible? Perhaps it isn't. Merely a single story told over the ages, borrowed and changed to fit the times. Evolving as our tools in language do. Is this tale born of fact or fiction? Bit of both? Could these figures be the same person? Their life extended and transformed by a piece of Eden. Al-Mualim spoke of Jesus as a real person, a mortal who had mastered the arts of manipulation, but what if he was wrong? If these men are real, and if they have walked amongst us many times before, does it mean they'll come again? Perhaps they're here now. So many questions, and every day even more. Thank you, Dustin. I'm kind of with you, but I'm kind of not. I don't know, I liked the 4-1, but that's just me. The Hidden Blade has been a constant companion of ours over the years. Some would even say it defines us. And they would not be entirely wrong. Many of our successes would not have been possible without it. Still, the device has begun to show its age, and so I have been researching improvements before ending the need to remove one's finger to wield it. The first is the addition of a metal plate that can be used to deflect incoming blows. That's how we can parry now with the Hidden Blade. The other assassins believe it is forged of a new metal, and credit me with the discovery of the formula, including on this page. It's better they not know the truth. I have also worked with Malik to describe new methods of assassination, from on high, ledges, hiding places, basic movements, critical nonetheless. The third and final improvement is the most simple, the provision of a second blade, identical in every way to the first. Should an assassin ever find himself tasked with dispatching 2 targets, he need only time his strike in such a way that it reach both at the same time. These blades will be limited in number since the metals which we use to form them remain difficult to obtain. I will need to think carefully about who shall be allowed to carry 2. Man seeks dominion over all that he encounters. That's true for me, that's for certain. I suppose it is a natural tendency for us to aspire towards mastery of our surroundings, but this should not include other human beings. Every day, more and more are pressed into service, by deception or by force. Others, though not so firmly imprisoned, are made to feel as if their lives are worthless. I have seen the ways in which men persecute women. I have heard cruel words hurled at those who come from other lands. I have watched as those who believe or act differently are made to suffer. We discuss such things often, watching as we do from the spires of Masyaf. What can be done to stop this, to encourage tolerance, equality? Some would speak of education, believing knowledge will free us from immorality, but as I walk the streets and I see slaves sent to auction, my heart grows cold. When I see a husband hurl abuses and stones at his wife, insisting she exists only to serve him, my fists clench. And when I see children torn from their parents so another man might profit, sent off to suffer beneath the desert sun and die. On those days, I do not think that dialogue will make a difference. On those days, I can only think of how those perpetrators need to die. The apple is more than a catalog of that which precedes us. This is time travel-y, by the way. Within its twisting, sparking innards, I've caught glimpses of what will be. Such a thing should not be possible. Perhaps it isn't. Maybe it's just a suggestion. How to know? How to be sure? I contemplate the consequences of these visions. Are they images of things to come, or simply potential for what might be? Can we influence the outcome? Dare we try? And in so doing, are we merely to ensure that which we've seen? I am torn, as always, between action and inaction, unclear as to which, if either, will make a difference. Am I even meant to make a difference? Still, I keep this journal. Is that not an attempt to change, or perhaps guarantee, what I have seen? Of all the things I've seen, none troubles me more than the image of flames. Pillars so tall they seemed to pierce the heavens. Ground rumbled and shuddered. Mountains split and crack. Great metal towers splintered, innards strewn about the ground, and everywhere there is screaming. A chorus so terrible even now I feel its echoes still. What is this madness I have seen? Is it them, I wonder? Those who came before? Is this where they went? Into fire? Into dust? Perhaps this destructive power is what the Templars seek. That they might hold it over us and command devotion. What hope could we have, then, if they held such darkness in their hands that they could murder the world? We are obligated to hide, to be silent, to shape the course of history in secret. But some of my brothers and sisters disagree. They grow angry, insisting it is a mistake to shroud ourselves. They say it slows our work, but they do not understand the risks. To expose ourselves now would be too dangerous. I fear we'll be branded madmen and attacked. So it goes. So it always has. If there's one thing I know for certain, it is that men do not learn by being told. Instead, they must be shown. They must make the connections themselves. If I say to a man, be kind, be tolerant, be of an open mind, these words will wither and die long before they've effected change. It would be a waste. And so we must maintain our course. Oh, absolutely, Max Time, no doubt. Legend speaks of a golden fleece. Could the two be related? I have further refined the metallurgic process, allowing for the production of a suit of armor, the likes of which the world has never seen. It is possessed of great strength, yet so light as to allow complete freedom. I alternate between wonder and fear. Here we have crafted something that will surely change the face of warfare, making those who wear it nigh invincible. Perhaps it was a mistake to create the pieces. I think it best to erase the formula. What if it were to fall into the hands of our enemies? The risk is too great. Actually, a quick thing about that, by the way, I just want to point out. The implication there is not that he made that out of, super metal, although, of course, he did have some super metal involved, but rather that he was able to use a specific formula to make a alloy, which was super amazingly strong somehow. Which would admittedly line up with the way the Isu work. They don't have vibranium, they make vibranium. I have studied the ancient pagan faiths that came before this more recent obsession with a single divine creator. They seem to have focused more on the fundamental forces at play in the world around us, and less on arbitrary moral rules. The sun rises in the morning, sets in the evening, tides ebb and flow, grass grows, withers and dies, and then in time emerges from the ground once more. The air turns warm and then cools and then back again. Some hidden energy keeps us fitted to the ground, pulls us back when we attempt to leave it. Each of these movements was represented before by a god or a goddess, each force given a face, but recognized as something distinct and powerful, which is not to say there were not connections between these forces, a pantheon of individual spirits, of rules, individual hands guiding the progress of the world around us. And so there was an attempt to categorize, study, explain, and understand the way things work, even if it was flawed. But no more. Now we are asked to succumb to far more simplified explanation. How naive to believe there might be a single answer to every question, every mystery, that there might be a lone divine light which rules over all. They say it is a light that brings truth and love, that blinds us and forces us to stumble about in ignorance. I long for the day when men will turn away from invisible monsters and once again embrace a more rational view of the world. But these new religions are so convenient and promise terrible punishment should one reject them. I worry that fear will keep us stuck to what is surely the greatest lie ever told. By the way, there's no need to bring controversial into this, because in setting there is no god or gods. Okay, that's within the confines of this setting, all of the religions are a lie. Hence why someone who knows the truth, like anybody who's interacted with the pieces, can be like, oh. Anyways, I know I don't nerdman, not at all. However, I do want to point out that I have always had the personal impression that the idea of the recurring Jesus figure was like the inspiration for what eventually became the sages. By the way, Jesus was actually in this setting, just while we're on the topic. What's funny is a lot of fiction tends to do the same thing when trying to write Jesus. They usually write him as a pretty cool guy. This is funny to me because usually if a fiction writes about God, he's not a cool guy. You know what I mean? But it's just an interesting little thing there. Anyways, regardless, Jesus was a cool guy. He had an apple, and he was trying to use it to legitimately spread ideas of peace and love and all that kind of fun stuff. He was actually trying to help people. And the Templars came after him, had him killed, had him and took his apple. They actually then brought him back from the dead with the shroud, the healing shroud I've referenced before. And at that point, Jesus was like, "Okay, I'm out, peace." However, and you guys are already saying this, he was able to use Isu tech. So, to some extent or another, he was at least partially Isu. He could have been a sage. That's very feasible. The only reason I don't think he was the only reason I don't think he was a sage is because he would have to be a deviant sage, right? Now, I could buy that, but my point is, Aita is a horrible, disgusting, evil human being, and most of the sages were also insane. The Jesus as presented in the story is neither of those two things. That's why I don't think he was directly a sage. Make sense? I think he was closer to like an Ezio or a Desmond. Anyways. All of that is just conjecture, though. One may cultivate extracts from various plants found throughout the region. More exotic species can sometimes be obtained from traders and travelers, but their properties are less documented, require further examination. Traditional alchemical implements can be used to distill the poison. Care should be taken for certain poisons that can be absorbed through exposed skin. Many are those who have lost their lives to carelessness. One's blade should be hollowed according to the specifications listed herein. Deviation may create fractures within the metal, causing the blade to weaken and possibly break. That's the poison blade thing. What to make of this map? It appears to contain the entire world. Not as flat as they claim either, but round like a ball, like the apple. But how is such a thing even possible? Yes, Gabe Bart. Stranger still are the lands it shows. Great patches of the unknown, the unexplored. So many places yet to be discovered. Are there men there? Are they like us? And if not, different how? I should like to know the answer. Perhaps in time, I'll have the chance to travel, to chart a course and make my way to these distant lands. Because the Earth isn't flat. I'm going to go ahead and say I don't know, Nerdman, because I don't recall that. I do recall several sages which weren't incredibly evil, but just completely lost their minds. Just, you know. Some days I miss my family. Or at least the thought of them. I never knew my parents well, despite having both lived within these walls. It was our way. Perhaps they were sad, though they showed no sign. It was not allowed. For my part, so much of my youth was spent in training, there was little time to reflect upon the separation. Apparently the assassins used to be Jedi. And so when they were finally lost to me, it seemed no different than the passing of two strangers. Al-Mualim had been my father, and his was a weak and dishonest love, although at the time it seemed enough. Better, even. Or so I thought. Someday I will have a child, such is the way of our order, and I will not make the same mistake, nor any who call themselves assassin. We shall be allowed to love our children, and in turn be loved. Al-Mualim believed such attachments would weaken us, cause us to falter when our lives were on the line. But if we truly fight for what is just, does love not make such a sacrifice simpler, knowing that we do so for their gain? Can we seriously get this letter right here to the Jedi Order, circa Clone Wars? I think they really could use reading this. I'm going to segue for just a second here. How many of you guys have seen Ant-Man? The first one. I swear it's relevant. One of my favorite scenes in Ant-Man. Well, I know, Nerdman. We've known the Earth is round for a really long time. One of my favorite scenes in Ant-Man is a bit where Pym is talking to Scott. And Pym basically says, hey, you have a daughter, and you understand what it's like to want just the best for her and to take care of her. And he gives this whole long speech. I'm not going to spoil it for it, but the pertinent part is the last sentence. We're not saving the world for us. We're saving their world. And I always liked that. I always liked that line because it really stuck with me. The idea of, you know, trying harder, working further, doing more, because what you're attempting to do is to make a better place for your children to be in. Something about that just appealed to me. Anyways. That's how you be a superhero right there. I have the answer now. I know the truth. I shall not touch that wretched thing again. Exactly, Hourglass. Best that no one do, now or ever. I have tried, at last, to destroy it, but it will neither bend nor break nor melt. Oh, the irony. I am certain if asked, the apple would tell me what need be done. But even this promise is insufficient. Always it holds one more gift to give. I must refrain. So it shall be sealed. We'll take it to the island, once theirs, now ours. There's a treasury there, hidden well, and it shall have to suffice. Risky to separate myself from the artifact that others might discover it. Riskier still to keep it close. In time, I will be tempted. I am weak. We all are. Who wouldn't be? Oh, the things I have seen. The tale is here inside the text, not between the lines, but beneath them, where only our eyes might peer. Go and see for yourself, that you might succeed where I and others have failed. Time marches on, bringing with it new discoveries and developments, and so, at least one day, the doorway might be opened and the message delivered. They will have their profit. I know, right, Tesla? And yeah, Cyprus. We are growing larger, making more make their way for our fortress every day, men and women, young and old, from different lands, of different faiths, each telling a similar story, having discovered the first part of our creed, that nothing is true. Too often, though, the revelation undoes them. They lose their morality, certainty, security. Some are driven mad. We must guide them, help them to heal. Their minds must not be filled with more fairy tales, but with knowledge instead. Let them have answers, and let those answers be difficult and complex, such as life. Yeah, I noticed the Adha thing, too. Success. We have found a way to alter the structure of the hidden blade so it can be used to launch small projectiles. It is capable of grievous damage, even from a distance. I confess, the means by which I came about the discovery was risky, to say the least. But I have found that in small doses, and with a focused mind, the apple can be used without ill effect, or so I hope. The knowledge of the projectile combat is not new to us, having been observed amongst our eastern neighbors, but their weapons are much larger and inefficient for our needs. I have found a way to miniaturize their designs, embedding their fiery weapon into a form that can be worn on the wrist. We've also refined the formula for combustible powder, such that common ingredients might be used. This is a dangerous bit of knowledge, and best shared only with closest allies. A dark tide rises to the east. An army of such size and power that all the land is made quick with worry. Their leader is a man named Temujin. Genghis Khan. He sweeps across the lands, conquering and subsuming all who stand in his way. Whatever his motives, he must be stopped. Were I younger, I might attempt to understand his work in secret, as I suspect the presence of a piece of Eden. But those days are years gone now, and the mantle must be passed. It is time she and I spoke with our sons. We will travel there together, that they might be tested and this new threat might be stopped. Soon I shall pass from this world. It is my time. All the hours of the day are now colored by the thoughts and fears born of this realization. I know that the elements of my body will return to the earth, but what of my consciousness, my identity? That is to say, what of me? I suspect it will end. There is no next world, nor a return to this one. It will simply be done forever. I'm not sure, Nerdman, and that's the truth of that one. Our lives are so brief and unimportant. The cosmos cares nothing for us, for what we've done. Had we wrought evil instead of Inyato, I have. I'm sorry, Malachor. Thank you, Injato, very, very much. Would you like to put that towards something? Had we wrought evil instead of good, had I chosen to abuse the apple instead of seal it away, none of it would have mattered. There's no counting, no reckoning, no final judgment. There's just silence and darkness, utter and absolute. And so I have begun to wonder, might there have been a way to stop, or at least delay, death's embrace? Surely the ones who came before us were not so frail and feeble as we. But I have sworn to be done with the artifact, to not gaze at its core. Still, faced as I am with the prospect of my own end, what harm is there in one last look? Yeah, Odyssey answered that question, that's for damn sure. I'll tell you, my man. Okay. What? No. No. How do I... There we go. Figured it out. Okay, give me a second. This is a lot easier than it looks. It's just... This isn't a sliding puzzle, it's just a rotating puzzle. Look familiar yet? Gotta admit, this kind of stuff is stuff that I thought was really cool when I was playing through this franchise. There's just something really cool about seeing what basically the idea of modern knowledge, things that we nowadays take to be granted and normal, because, you know, duh, that is just kind of shocking to someone in the older eras. But not the world is flat thing. No, we've known that for a while. Is that everything? That should be everything. Am I missing anything? Oh, that should be it. You'll notice there's some locations marked here. Did I miss one? That could be Nerdman. That is possible. Oh. You're right. I guess.
It is a map of the entire world, but there are lands shown here that do not exist.
Apparently they do exist. I imagine they've yet to be discovered. Or rediscovered.
How is this possible?
Perhaps the vault will hold the answer.
Do you see where it is, then?
No. It can't be. The vault. It looks like the vault is in Roma, then the Spaniard. This is why he became Pope.
Now I understand. It's not the vault alone he's gained access to, but the staff as well.
What staff?
The codex always spoke of two keys. Two pieces of Eden needed to open the vault. One is the apple.
And the other is the staff. The papal staff is the second piece of Eden.
For years, no, decades, we've sought these answers.
And now, at last, we have them.
But so too could the Spaniard. And if he does, if he finds a way into the vault, its contents will make the apple seem a trifling thing.
I must go to Roma and find the vault. What of the rest of you?
We'll do what we do best. Cause some trouble in the city, giving you the freedom to conduct your search.
Just let me know when you are ready, Nipote.
Oh, sorry, I think that's my cue. Dun, dun, dun. Big dramatic reveal. So now our purpose is clear. We must kill the Pope. I feel like there's a joke in there somewhere. We come here to look at the books.
Salute, Claudia.
You here to look at the book?
Sorry, book, serious, single. But she always says it in just this very specific way. We must Pope the kill. The Pope must die. Not that I'm aware of, Dustin. Yep, time to get in a fist fight with the Pope. Tomorrow. No, hear me out, guys. Not only is it kind of late today, but I always kind of wanted to do a thing where basically we end Assassin's Creed 2, and then rather than chopping off for the day, we immediately play Brotherhood, because 2 leads quite directly into Brotherhood. So tomorrow morning, we're going to go to Roma, and we're going to be like, Prah! And then we're going to end 2, and then we're going to go ahead and begin Brotherhood, like I said, right after it. So, I hope you guys will be here tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. EST, as per usual. I'll see you around, guys.